Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to a beautiful, beautiful Summit Point Raceway here in West Virginia, Summit Point, West Virginia, home of the very first 2023 U.S. Majors Tour event here in the Northeast Division. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati. Good morning, or good afternoon, Brian.
Yeah, we are in the afternoon, just so you're aware.
Yeah, well, things got delayed a little bit today.
We had some really weather come in here, an abundance of it at one point. Then the sun came out, then the rains came back in. Greg, I got to tell you, out of the 4 seasons, we've seen 3 of them. The only one we haven't seen is that 4-letter word that starts with S.
Don't say it.
And I guarantee you we will not have that the rest of this weekend.
Well, I mean, all the gremlins have already started to creep in all here already. So this morning we had wet, we had rain, we had fog, we had winds, and by the way, as the day goes on, they're projecting up to 50-mile-per-hour gusts of wind here at Summit Point Raceway. But the clouds have cleared. You can see here as we've got cameras around 4
4 different locations around beautiful 10-turn, 2-mile Summit Point Raceway. That very little cloud cover now. The track is almost, Brian, completely dried out. And we have got on the docket today for our first day of racing here for the 2023 Summit Point Majors, part of the U.S. Majors Tour. We have 6 races scheduled today. They are 15 laps or 30 minutes. Tomorrow, when we go racing, we're going to have our feature races, 25 laps or 50 minutes. But, Brian, we're getting ready for our first group of the day here to roll off in just a few moments. That is going to be a combined group. It is Spec Miata and B-Spec. And let's do this because I believe we've got our splitter already up at the end of the pit lane here. Let's run down the starting order. I am going to start off with our B-Spec field, and then we'll move to over to Spec Miata. We have 5 drivers who qualified in B-Spec this morning over the course of 2 qualifying sessions. Were admittedly very wet. And starting 5th today, and he's got a special cheering section up in the announce booth with us here. Mama is here. Chris Taylor, driver of the Mazda 2 out of Elroy, Texas, right across the street from the Circuit of the Americas. He's going to start 5th. Starting 33rd today from Fort Myers, Florida, also in a Mazda 2, it's Luke Russell, and I believe Luke is driving another one of those Chris Taylor Motorsports Mazdas. Starting 3rd today, representing the New England region and out of Braintree, Massachusetts, it's JB Swan and your front row. And Brian, for anybody who watched the coverage of this past year's National Championship Runoffs, this front row should not be a surprise. Starting on the outside of the front row, driving the number 103 Mini Cooper, many-time SSM champion here at Summit Point Raceway. This is his home track. We've got Rich Roman starting 2nd today. And your pole sitter out of Windham, New Hampshire, driving the number 12 Mini Cooper. It is your reigning national champion in B-Spec, Steve Introne. So let's now move over to Spec Miata, where we had 29 drivers set qualifying times today. Starting 29th, driving the 186 car from Amherst, Ohio, it's Bill Dodd. Ed Kudarakis is starting 28th today. He's driving the number 13 machine and hails from Washington, D.C. Big Pool, Maryland is where Andre Ivanescu calls home. He's starting 27th in the number 57 machine. Tom Gahn, he'll start 26th. He's driving the number 49 car today. Tom hails from Elkins Park, Pennsylvania. Domenico Luigi from Binghamton, New York, will start 25th. He's driving the number 46 car. And then we've got Robert Cahall. Robert is driving the number 08 Mazda Miata. He's starting 24th. Starting 23rd in the number 03 machine out of New York, New York, it is Jonathan Cavill. And right next to, I guess actually on the road just ahead, John Jenkins, also from New York. He's driving the number 195 machine and starting 22nd. Starting 21st, driving the number 18 Mazda Miata. Local talent here from Morgantown, West Virginia. It's James Lindenthal. He's driving the 18 car. Kip Gaynor out of Durwood, Maryland is going to start 20th in the 144. Jared Odrick from Lebanon, Pennsylvania. A neat story about Jared. We'll probably talk about Jared this weekend. We're going to see him on track multiple times in multiple classes this weekend. Jared's out of Lebanon, Pennsylvania. He starts 19th in the number 127 car. Starting 18th today, driving the number 38 Mazda Miata from Baltimore, Maryland. And representing the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA, it's Zach Moore. Brad Williams from Harrisonburg, Virginia, is going to start 17th. Oddly enough, he's driving the number 17 machine. Starting 16th today, driving the number 63 car from Sparks Glencoe, Maryland, it is John Hotz. Thomas Paolino from Colts Neck, New Jersey, represents the northern New Jersey region. He starts 15th and drives the 134 car. Ted Cahall starts 14th today. He's driving the 178 machine. He's from Christiansburg, Virginia, and he starts 14th. Starting 13th today, Will Dodd. He drives the number 11 car and hails from Amherst, Ohio. And my guess is he's probably related to Bill Dodd in some way, shape, or form. All right, starting 12th, driving the number 19 Mazda Miata from Mountaintop, Pennsylvania, representing the Northeast Pennsylvania region. It's John Ayer. Spencer Bogar, and I think we'll see Spencer a couple times today. I think we might see him in a Spec MX-5 Challenge car a little bit later. Spencer is starting 11th today, driving the number 30 machine. He is from New York. Camden Gruber starts 10th today. He drives the number 24 machine. Local boy from Winchester, Virginia. Starting 9th. From Elkins Park, Pennsylvania, representing the New York region, driving the 00 car, it's Douglas On. Starting 8th, driving the number 198 car from Ruther Glen, Virginia, representing the Washington, D.C. region, it's Dan Conway. Nick Leveroni, representing Flat Out Motorsports, he's going to start 7th today in the number 194 car. Then we've got Robbie Hines, our 2020, I believe, third place finisher, if I remember correctly, in Spec Miata. He hails from Arlington, Virginia. Used to live right down the street from me. Robbie Hines, he starts 6th. Starting 5th today, driving the number 43 machine from Pelham, New York, representing the New York region, it's Matt Sisson. Starting 4th, the outside of row number 2, driving the number 51 machine. He's the track record holder in ITA and also former World Challenge TCB driver, driving the number 51 machine, Brian Price. Starting 3rd in the number 44 car from Plymouth, Massachusetts, Kristen Sarnecki. And now let's move to our front row, Brian. Starting on the outside of row number 1 from Mountaintop, Pennsylvania, driving the number 90 machine with a qualifying time of 1:42.307. It's Caden Ayer. And our pole sitter from Darnestown, Maryland.
I'm a little shocked by this.
I think maybe we're all a little shocked. But again, Damp, he's run much faster than this in the dry weather here. But you're a pole sitter today with a qualifying time. And this is maybe the bigger surprise, Brian. He set this in the incredibly wet first qualifying session, not the drier second qualifying session. A 1:42.219, driving the number 69 machine, hailing from Darnestown, Maryland. Your pole sitter today in Spec Miata is Jeremy Butts.
I tell you what, Greg, these drivers had to go through an amazing, qualifying both sessions. They went out this morning. It was really, really wet. Half the group was on wets. Half of them were on dries. They didn't know what the track was going to be like when they went out. I actually was standing down near the pit lane wall as they come out of turn 10. I didn't see a whole lot of spray, tail, anything, as our cars are now starting to roll on course. But then all of a sudden it started to dry out a little bit. They got through that qualifying session. So did the other next 5 groups. These guys came back. They turned around, and the minute they hit the track, it started
raining again.
And so you had what you had at that point. And so those times really didn't mean anything.
Right.
Throw that out. But here's another caveat. Some of these guys knew yesterday that they would have rain this morning since they were going out there on the first one. So as our wind has blown our camera in turn 5. So if you're watching on the stream, don't adjust your cameras because the wind is really starting to pick up here. A lot of these guys knew it was going to be wet in the morning, so they did practice a little bit with a setup, not a tire setup, but a setup in the rain, and that actually worked a little bit. But now you're going to throw that out the window because, again, we're sunny. It's dry now in most cases, and some of them we get just a little bit of dampness on either side of the racetrack. Don't think that's going to come into play. But, Greg, I tell you what, these winds are going to be a challenge with these cars. We've talked about the B-Spec. It's all really about momentum for them anyway.
Right.
Now you're going to be going into a little bit of a headwind coming out of turn 10 down this front stretch. We know what those top-heavy cars can do.
That's right. All right, so we do have a split start here today, Brian. We have just a single pace car out, actually what the SCCA would call a split grid, with our Spec Miatas in front, and you will see coming down into turn 1 now our 5-car B-Spec field being led by Steve Introne here. You can see him scrubbing in tires right now. They are a little bit further back, and we'll try and get both starts here for you as everything starts with the action here. Again, our very first U.S. Majors Tour event here in the Northeast. And glad to see all the folks down from New Hampshire and Massachusetts. Typically each year they're still digging out of the snow and using the snow blowers this time of year.
As we're getting a big shaken head yes out of the thing. Greg, one of the things I want to talk about real quick before we get started is our groups are now starting to head down into turn 5, get on that backside of the racetrack, and then our B-Specs are going to come up. The minis. I watched the minis yesterday. Steve Introne, Rich Roman. You talked about them at the opening. Finished 1-2 at the SCCA National Championships at VIR last year. One of the things I noticed between the Sonic and the 2 Mazda 2s, their right rear, as we've all seen this many, many times, comes up off the ground with the 2 minis. They did not. They had all 4 tires planted on the ground here at this racetrack. That's going to come into play with these two.
That is certainly help. Now, as being a front-wheel drive racer, we know that the only thing the rear wheels are good for is keeping the gas tank off of the ground. Yeah, but it certainly helps in corners and places where grip is at a premium. As we have our field now, you can see him now coming out of turn number 10, ready to take the green flag with Josh Cockey, our starter for our first race, and green flag is in the air, and we have a start in that inside lane led by Jeremy Butts, the blue with yellow number 69 machine. He is now opened up, and that inside lane is opened up almost 2 car length advantage over the outside lane, as we had our outside pole sitter Caden Air drop further back. Our minis now coming down, and they get the green flag as well, with the 2 red minis of Introne and Roman side by side.
Greg, let me interrupt for a second. We've got some cars going out of turn 2. One of them, it looks like may have overturned coming out of turn 2. It has landed on all 4 tires. Another car there but they went driver's left out into the grass, and we talked about the weather. The weather is still very damp in the grass. That car went up into the trees, rolled over, landed on all 4s. I can't really see a number from here. I'm going to get the binoculars out.
And Brian
looks
just got word
that may be Leveroni here.
I'm getting word they're saying the 9-0 car, but we are going to a full course caution now, and I'm wondering if the call we got was 9-0, that it might have been Caden Air. We'll try and get that. We'll try and get the number of that car here in just a moment.
It does look like it is one of the true value cars, but I cannot make it out. It may even be the 195. Again, we'll get all that information here in a second. I cannot see it because the tail is facing me and not the actual side of the car.
Yeah, so we had 2 cars that we saw come together on the outside of turn number 2. And again, we've got 1 car off driver's left coming out of turn 2, starting the run down to turn at number 3. And there was another car involved. That car is now continued on. But we are under full course caution here, and it came out before the first lap was complete. So we're going to track here, and you'll see on the right hand side of the screen our timing and scoring. Right now, the lead car in this field, it is the number 44 machine of Christian Sarnecki. He started 3rd. He is your current leader. Pole sitter Jeremy Butts, 2nd currently in the number 69 machine. Matt Sisson, who started 5th. He is currently showing as 3rd with Robbie Hines and Dan Conway, your top 5.
Greg, I am seeing it, looking at the timing and scoring, that Caden Air and Nick Leveroni have dropped all the way to the bottom.
Yeah.
So it is rest assured that is Caden Air sitting down there right side out of turn 2 on driver's left. Again, back on all 4s. As our emergency crews now start to go down there. We'll give you a report later on, but right now everything seems to be okay.
Yeah, and the report that I heard, Brian, is one of the vehicles, and I would assume it's the one that is still there on the outside of turn 2, might have had some front suspension failure, and if we take a look, we can actually see a fairly large, I think it is one of the wheels sitting driver in
looks
the
like
driver's left.
Looks like it may be a bumper. You mean just before where he's sitting there? It looks like that may be one of the front bumpers. It was not Leveroni's, because Leveroni came back through the back end here, came up through the paddock area and went through. So that looks like that could be of the 90.
All right. So for the moment, we've got our pole sitter, Christian Sarnecki, and guys, we really apologize for the camera over at turn number 5. Tell you what I'm going to do, so that we don't all freak out. I'm going to go and turn off that turn 5 camera for the moment.
It is now just completely fallen over from the wind. We are now looking at the sky, and I believe that is trees. So yeah, if you can see on our monitor up in here, we are looking at the sky. It does look really clear over there. I can tell you that. The best view of the sky I've seen.
Yeah, but we apologize for that, and unfortunately, we're not going to be able to go out and get that resolved probably before the end of the day. But we'll see. We'll see if we can get somebody out to fix that up for us. But in the meantime, here. Brian, this is a great time for me to go and press this button here. If you like what you're seeing so far here today, please go ahead and consider clicking on that subscribe button to the Washington, D.C. channel of the SCCA. And if you haven't done so, click on that notification bell, and that way you can find out every time that we go live. Of course, we'll be here with you all weekend long. But in addition to the majors race here this weekend, as well as the Summit Point rounds of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, we will also be bringing you the SARC Mars Challenge at Virginia International Raceway at the beginning of May, and we will be bringing you a number of events hosted by the South Jersey region of the SCCA at New Jersey Motorsports Park. 2 events in the Mars Series. We're going to be bringing you the Jersey Devil Majors, as well as the Devil in the Dark 12-hour endurance race, all here on the Washington, D.C. region YouTube channel. So again, go ahead and subscribe. We're going to have a lot of racing, a lot of great racing, hopefully with more Turn 5 action before this year is out.
Well, you turned it off, but if you're listening to us on the stream, you can clearly see that before that camera went over. The wind is blowing pretty good down there. I can tell by looking at the way the wind is blowing on those tree limbs down there.
You mean that camera, Brian?
Yeah, that camera right there, just off to the left. You could see that one leaf blowing there quite a bit. But so should be interesting. We will try to get that tied down. Again, we're expecting 30 to 40 mile an hour winds with wind gusts up to about 50 miles an hour. And I know that you guys cannot hear us in the paddock at this point, but if there is somebody listening to the stream in your paddock, knowing that we're not on the PA right now because of some technical difficulties because of the wind, that's what I'm going to blame it on.
That's right.
Then you may want to button down a little bit, because they're saying about 3 o'clock, which is about 30, 35 minutes, and we can see it with the limbs out here. It is going to pick up. We're waiting just a little bit. You can see down here in turn 2. We can hear if you're at the racetrack. If you look at your camera there on the stream in the turn 1, just off to the left of the screen, you can see the medical personnel there attending to Caden Air. I did not see anything down there as we were talking up here, but it does look like they're getting that car ready to be released and moved out of that area.
Yeah, and I understand. Hey, and I want to thank all the great people that are already in the chat on YouTube. And Allison Dodd, we've got a couple things to address with Allison here. I mean, never mind the fact that she's got 2 people in this race, and she predicts Max Verstappen to win Inspec Miata today. So
sweet.
That is very good. But this also might affect her second comment. And Allison was asking if we could go to just a single camera view and maybe get rid of the timing and scoring. Allison, unfortunately, this weekend, and it's because, well, I'm an incompetent video director. Unfortunately, not going to be able to do that for you because, well, if Brian and I start talking, I'll forget to change camera views, and we'll just be on camera 1 all day long, turn 1 all day long. We don't want to do that to you. So, again, my apologies. But want to, again, thank her and thank all the other people that have already joined in on the chat. We've got Mike Meathead Collins here in the chat. He's already shown me that he is watching with Pabst Blue Ribbon in hand from California, which I would expect from him. We've got Jeff Lucas, who says that the weather today made what we had 2 weeks ago at the SCCA competition driver school for a competition license almost reasonable.
It was for a few minutes.
Yeah, exactly. But again, thanks everybody for joining us here today. And hopefully we're going to be going back to green flag racing here in just a few moments.
Well, I will tell you one thing, Greg. We are going to have a special announcement coming up on this fantastic first day of April here. I'm going to make a huge announcement here. We're going to let this our first race play out, and in between the first 2 races, we will make that announcement again on this very special first day of April. I cannot wait for that.
Cannot wait. And give it, Brian, not to tease it any, but given the problems with the track's PA system, it might actually be helpful.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and get that ready to go, and then we will, again, like I said, we'll get that all fixed out. We're not 100% sure. It could be some electrical problems either that we're having up here in the tower or what we're having either downstairs. Again, we're going to get all that fixed. Again, if you're listening to the stream and you're in the paddock, then we'll go ahead and get that going so that you do have everything on the PA here, within a quick, reasonable amount of time. And then once we once we get back, we will make that announcement, and then that way everybody will hear us. So, especially Mike Collins, I know he loves listening to Greg and I, and I know he loves to give Greg a hard time. But Mike, we do miss you here in the paddock, and we'll look forward to hopefully seeing you soon. I know you're out in the West Coast, and as long as you keep your floaties on out there, because I know you're getting a bunch of rain. So.
All right, and we still have full course caution conditions here. We've got another Brian, another man of some importance, at least to the B-Spec world, not just the B-Spec world, but I think SCCA road racing in general. David Daugherty, multi-time national champion in B-Spec and other classes, joining us here this weekend in the chat. Thanks for joining, David. Really appreciate it. And hopefully we'll be going back to some green flag racing here in just a few moments. We do have, and you can probably see it going through turn one. It is necessary to get the one car that's remaining over there onto a rollback. And then once they get that car cleared out, hopefully we'll be going back to green flag racing. But very quickly here, of course, if you're watching the stream, you can see what the running order is here, at least in Spec Miata, with Sarnecki, your leader, Jeremy Butts, Matt Sisson, Rob Hines, Dan Conway, Doug On, Brian Price, Camden Gruber, Ted Cahall, Spencer Bogart, your top 10. But let's do this very quickly, because I know you don't see him on the screen. I'll give you a rundown in B-Spec as well, where Rich Roman got the early jump on Steve Introne. Both those drivers in their red Mini Coopers, or probably their red Minis, not Mini Coopers, were on the front row. Rich Roman managed to get around Introne before the full course caution came out. He is your leader. Introne running second. Luke Russell in the number 34 Mazda 2. He is currently running third. Then JB Swan in his Chevy Sonic. Swan had started third. He's currently sitting fourth. And then Chris Taylor is sitting in fifth.
Tell you what, Greg, just give a little recap on that start here at the beginning of the race with Zarnecki and Jeremy Butts. Remember, Jeremy Butts was on the pole, and Zarnecki, I believe, was right behind him and was able to push him out there, getting down into turn one, and was able to make that pass in between turns one and turn two in order to get that lead, that early lead. And then we had, unfortunately had that little bit of that chaos there in the back end. So a pretty good start by Zarnecki. He was able to really push Jeremy out there. That inside line really got a good run. So
yeah. I mean, it was from the drop of the green flag. We had both Butts and Sarnecki ahead of the nose of Caden Air. I don't know if Air was just caught napping. Maybe he missed a shift, possibly. Although we didn't see him drop back. It seemed as though that in the outside lane just never really got rolling. And it may have also been, I think there may have been a little bit more spacing in the first couple rows there as well. So there wasn't that push that you would normally expect in a Spec Miata start.
Yeah, I just think that, again, I'm not going to speculate too much, but, Air probably did have some type of mechanical difficulty there, because that really did force the car off to the driver's left and then ended up turning, Leveroni in between it. So we'll have to see here. But again, you talk about that B-Spec start. Roman getting a really good jump. And again, Roman's got so many more laps around this track than Steve Introne. But I'll tell you what, Steve Introne, we've heard this if you were at VIR for the National Championship. You heard on his speech when he got his trophy presentation there after it was all said and done. Him and Rich worked together here last year. Right.
Well, this event last year was the start of their partnership.
Yep.
That Steve said that he got the beat down by Rich Roman, and it was somebody that he wanted to work with, and they pretty much worked together during the rest of the Northeast Conference majors and Super Tour schedule. And that teamwork went into play from the start of practice at the runoffs all the way through the time when the checkered flag flew in the championship race. They went out together, they worked together, they decided who was going to be faster, who was faster pushing, who was better pulling, for lack of a better word,
yep.
And in what sections of the track. And it was very close down to the end. And as we have David Daugherty on the chat here, David saw this firsthand, because they're especially with 2 laps to go, there was the opportunity for Rich Roman to break ranks, and Rich decided to defend Steve against David Daugherty with Daugherty, with 2 laps to go. And then waited until they came out of hog pen for the very last time, and at that point, Roman just couldn't make up the gap.
Yeah, I mean, I spent a lot of time with Rich last year at VIR. Again, working on the grid was with what I was doing there for a while, and watching his practice days with him and Steve, and then again talking to him as our leaders are now coming out of 10, Greg. So we're getting ready to go back to Green Flag Racing. So we'll talk about that story a little later on.
That's
probably
right.
Even tomorrow.
Pace car is on the pit lane, and not only that, Green Flag is in the air, and we are back to racing here at Summit Point as Sarnecki moves to the inside to defend against Jeremy Butts, and it is now 3 wide coming down into turn number 1 as we've got Dan Conway and Robbie Hines pushing the issue down into 1 as well, and it looks, Brian, as though Jeremy Butts got hung out to dry on the outside as our B-Spec drivers now are back underway as well, and we've got Roman and Introne side by side. They've also got the Mazda 2, I believe that is the 34 machine right back behind them there, as they're actually coming up right onto the back of the back of the Spec Miata traffic.
Yeah, they're coming up at the very end, but I will tell you what, watching the start of that Spec Miata, Greg, Dan Conway got a great jump, was able to get to driver's right of Robbie Hines as they went, as now it looks like we have Rich Roman, and now throw in Luke Russell there into second, so he got another good run right behind Rich Roman, and which left Steve Introne out.
All right, so we should have our Spec Miata drivers coming down through the carousel right now, and you can see them coming out of turn number 8 up the hill that carousel area really is the longest straightaway here at Summit Point. We've got a very long front straightaway, but when you turn in for 6, come all the way through the carousel and through turn 8 going up the hill, that is incredibly important as our leaders come out of turn number 10. And Sarnecki now, look at this, Brian. He has opened up almost a 6-car length lead over the red number 43 of Matt Sisson. And Sisson now is under attack by both Dan Conway and Robbie Hines.
Yeah, they came out of turn 10, had a great run out of there. We had one car go off a little bit. Drivers left there. Coming out of turn 10 was able to continue. But here comes our B-Spec. But getting back to the Dan Conway and the Robbie Hines, they got a great run out of turn 10, Greg. Sisson's had to go drivers right to kind of protect that there. They went back drivers left and started to go right around them. So here they come out of turn 3, headed up down into turn 4. Give it to Sarnecki, then give it to Dan Conway, then Robbie Hines. That's your top 3.
All right, and we've got a change in B-Spec as well. Rich Roman continues to hold the lead, but we've got Luke Russell in that orange and blue number 34 Mazda 2. He had worked his way past Introne. Introne now, though, has pulled back alongside his drivers left on Russell as they go into turn 3. Russell's going to manage to hold off the national champion as they come out of turn 3 and start to work their way down the hill, as we're now working lap number 8 in a scheduled 15 lap or 30-minute race, whichever comes first.
Yeah, it's going to be close on not only the time and the laps, Greg, because we've got about 12 and a half minutes left to go, just underneath that, and we still got 8 laps to go. Here comes Sarnecki out of turn 10 all by himself. He's opened up by about 15 Spec Miata lengths. I'm going to say Spec Miata lengths instead of car lengths, and to Conway and Hines. I can guarantee you that Hines and Conway are going to work together till the end, Greg, and I really think they are going to end up catching Sarnecki, but then drop back just a little bit further. I saw Camden Gruber and Jeremy Butts. Gruber and Butts starting to work together. They're going to run down Sissons as they get out of turn 1 and up into turn 2.
All right, here as we now start lap number 9 with our leaders coming out of turn 2. And as we take a look at that pair now, battling it out for second with Conway and Hines. We got Gruber and we got Butts, our pole sitter. They are making their way back up to the 43 machine. Driver to look after here, and he's not that far back at the moment. In, I believe, what is a new car that he built last year, Brian Price in the number 51 machine, former ITA champion, ITA record holder here, former Pirelli World Challenge TCB champion as well. And as we're probably going to talk a lot there this weekend, proud racing dad now, is his daughter just got a competition license a couple of weeks ago. We'll probably see her for the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series here at Summit Point in just a few weeks.
Yeah, his daughter Miranda getting that license, so I know he was looking forward to it. He was kind of really happy, and then all of a sudden he saw dollar signs, and yeah, his smile went to a nice even keel. But here comes our leader, Sarnecki.
Tell him he's not going to win a big prize this weekend to get her car fixed.
Robbie Hines trying to make a move on Dan Conway as they cross the start-finish line here. They're trying to work to try to catch Zarnecki as they come back down through into turn one. Give that position now to Robbie Hines. Robbie Hines in second place. Dan Conway dropping back to third. But again, those two are going to work together. Then you've got the 43 of Sissons, and then you've got Butts and Camden Gruber. Give that position to Camden Gruber. That's fifth. Jeremy Butts is going to be in sixth position as they come out of turn two and try to run down Sissons.
Yeah, and that last time by, Brian, Conway and Hines almost 0.3 of a second faster than our leader Sarnecki. So you can see what the difference having the draft here down these long straightaways at Summit Point will bring for you.
Well, I tell you what, Robbie Hines is going to go back just a little bit further, as we all know here. He just ran the Tristan Herbert line coming out of turn three, so Conway is definitely going to get on that rear bumper as they head up and down into 4 and 5.
And when we say the Tristan Herbert line, there is a gravel trap on the outside of 3, and the Tristan Herbert line is it's all 4 wheels in the gravel trap to to rejoin the track. As we take a look here in B-Spec, it is still Rich Roman, your leader, and he has now opened up about, I'd say probably close to about a 10, maybe 8 to 10 car length advantage over Luke Russell, who continues to hold off current champion Steve Introne. Introne right on the bumper of that Mazda 2, but just does not seem to be able to get the momentum to work by the 34 car.
Yeah, and last time by John Ayer, so again, the Ayer is having some problems. He just went back into the paddock, so his day is done as well. Here comes our leaders. They're going down into turn one, as you'll be able to see on the camera. Here comes Zarnecki, and then you've got Hines and Conway. Hines and Conway kind of split out a little bit further, but as they get through the middle of 1 and 2, Conway able to get right up on that back bumper. Robbie Hines able to get a little bit better drive off that time out of 2, headed up into 3. They're not really gaining on Zarnecki right now as they come through 3 and head down through 4. Now you've dropped back just a little bit further. You got Sissons in the 43, then Butts is now back in front of Camden Gruber, and then behind Camden Gruber, the 63 of John Hotz.
All right, so again, we are now 5 laps remaining in this 15-minute race, and in B-Spec, Steve Introne now, you can see it going down into turn 1. Introne in his red number 12 Mini Cooper. He gets around Luke Russell to take over second place in class and move Russell back to third, a little bit further back. Nice little scrap going on right now between J.B. Swan in his white Chevy Sonic and Chris Taylor in the white number 92 Mazda 2 as they continue to battle for position. But big change here as Chris Taylor now gets around J.B. Swan to move Taylor up now into 4th position.
Tell you what, that's the really only, those 2 battles, Rich Roman's out on an island by himself there. We'll see whether or not Introne can reel him in.
All right, our leaders in Spec Miata, they are now coming down into the brake zone at turn number 1. And Brian, our leader, Sarnecki, he is now under attack by both Robbie Hines and Dan Conway. That last time by Hines, 0.5 of a second, half a second faster than our leader, and he's pulling Dan Conway right along with him. Now, Robbie Hines, he is a former touring car national champion, and again, had a great runoffs in 2020 at Road America, where he finished on the podium both in T3 and also in Spec Miata.
Yeah, a couple guys going 2 wheels off there, coming out of turn 2, able to continue, just kicked up a little bit of dust. But I tell you what, the guy that's losing a little bit of ground there is Camden Gruber. Remember, he was ahead of Jeremy Butts. He's dropped back by about 3 car lengths. John Hotz is starting to reel him in as we look for our B-Spec leaders. They're now coming out of turn 2. Rich Roman by about 20, 25 car lengths. But you talk about Steve Introne, he's starting to open up just a little bit more over that Luke Russell. So, again, these are all about draft apparent cars. they may be losing a little bit there. Now, Intron going through turn 3, opened up by about 3 or 4 car lengths.
Yeah, exactly. I think Russell pretty much held off that red number 12 machine of Intron as long as he could.
Yeah.
Speaking of Steve Intron, I want to welcome Steve's wife, Melissa, to the stream. Thanks for being with us. But we're going to talk about Melissa here, and just maybe we won't talk about her in particular. But let's get back to the lead in Spec Miata, Brian, as we've got Hines and Zarnecki and Conway. They were 3 wide for a minute going into 1, and I think we've got a new leader.
Yeah, well, actually, Zarnecki's going to hold on to that lead. Rob Hines coming out of turn 10, got great drive off, was able to propel him up to the side, to the door of Zarnecki, but he was able to hold him off as they go into turn 3. Zarnecki still leading over Robbie Hines and then Dan Conway. At the stripe, it's going to show you as Rob Hines is the leader, but I can tell you as they go through turn 3, Greg, it is Zarnecki up into the lead back once again.
There we go. And so we had somebody in the chat, Brian, and I think it was Emma who asked when the Spec Racer Ford and small open wheel group, that's group number 4, is going to be racing. Because of the delays, Emma, we had originally anticipated the start time being around 3:45 this afternoon, about an hour from now. Since we got a little bit later start than we had wanted to, I would probably put that closer to 3:55, 4 o'clock this afternoon Eastern time.
Yeah, running a little bit later today, so we'll get everything all jumbled up here and get everything rolling. I can imagine that in between groups we're going to roll right through here. Let's go back to this B-Spec. Rich Roman leading by about 30, 45 car lengths now over Intron. Intron's opened up by about 15 car lengths over Russell.
Yeah, big advantage that last time by for Steve Intron in the Mini over the Mazda 2. The Mazda 2, known for its handling prowess in the B-Spec field, not the fastest machine. That is a car that you definitely need to keep momentum up on.
I tell you what, Greg, it looks like we are going to get this race in as for laps, not under time. We've got 2 laps to go as our leaders now come out of turn 2. Zarnecki and Hines, they are starting to pull away from Dan Conway. A little bit further back, you have Jeremy Butts and Matthew Sissons. They're side by side going up through turn 3, headed down into turn 4. Give the position to Sissons. He's now up into 4th. Drop Jeremy Butts back to 5th. Camden Gruber sitting in 6th. John Hotz in 7th. Hotz starting to catch Gruber. Looks like we may have some activity down there in turn 1 where we may have had somebody go off, Greg. I don't see a car down there. They may have been able to continue, but they definitely got into the dirt and the dust over there on driver's left.
All right, I'm waiting to get the word from turn 1. What driver that is. Have not gotten the word yet, but the car did continue. Just a little bit of dust and dirt up in the air there down at the peninsula. Matter of fact, you can see the last vestiges of it in our camera view over by turn number 10.
Turn number 1.
Oh, turn 1.
You may be able to look at turn 10 because here comes our leaders.
That's right.
Now. Give the new lead to Robbie Hines over Zarnecki, and now Conway's right up there. So give Dan Conway the position. Here comes Zarnecki. Where's Conway going to go? Conway's not sure who to go. Does he go with Robbie Hines? Does he go with Zarnecki? You know what? Conway wanted to go 3 wide there, Greg. Thought better of it. Jumped back in behind Zarnecki. Now they're going to go through turn 1. Conway in between both of them. Let's see if he's able to get that position over Robbie Hines. I think Robbie Hines is going to hold him off there, Greg, as we're going to get 1 to go here as they come out of turn 2. Next time by should be the checker flag, I believe, as they come out of turn 3 and heading up side by side. Zarnecki and Robbie Hines. Hines not giving an inch there. Neither is Zarnecki.
Hines going deep into turn 3 is alongside our leader, Zarnecki. And Brian, as they came down the front straight, 3 wide for the moment, we had Zarnecki move to the inside to hold off Dan Conway, but that also pushed Robbie Hines all the way out driver's left. He had the long way to go around turn 1, and basically Conway moving in there kind of impacted Hines' ability to keep the lead. We
may have had a car that was off on the right-hand side of turn 3 as they started to come in there. Hines tried to make that pass, and I did catch out of the glimpse of my eye here. There was a standing yellow, so there was a car ahead of them that may have spun over off to driver's right into turn 3. Robbie had to give that position back because Zarnecki had already made that move past.
All right, so our leaders now coming out of turn 10, and it is once again Robbie Hines who has the run down in the talent section of the course. He is your leader in the blue number 4 machine. He's going to move to the inside to defend to driver's right. He's got Dan Conway drafting up right behind him. Zarnecki, driver's left. And actually, Brian, I think that was the last lap. I think the checkered flag is out. And I guess I broke the first rule of announcing is know when your race ends. Holy crap. Well, I hope we don't get docked for that on YouTube. Robbie Hines, your winner. Sarnecki manages to hold off Dan Conway at the line. And in B-Spec, let's take a look here. Great battle a little bit further back in Spec Miata, but in B-Spec, it is going to be.
Let's not jinx that right
Yeah,
now.
I know.
We're waiting for them to come out.
They're going to be coming. Yeah, they're going to be coming up the hill here and out of turn 10 in just a moment.
Here they come. Here comes Rich Roman.
There you go. Rich Roman, our leader, coming out of turn 10 right now. And Steve Introne, he closed things down a little bit. He's still about 20 car lengths back, and taking the win in B-Spec is going to be Rich Roman. Then Steve Introne, and only 5 car lengths back from there is Luke Russell in the number 34 machine. As we wait for our last 2 B-Spec drivers, JB Swan and Chris Taylor, it is Swan coming out of turn number 10 by himself.
That is
that's Chris Taylor.
Now here comes JB Swan.
There you go. Chris Taylor in the white Mazda 2. He's going to take 4th. JB Swan, about 25 car lengths back from there, is going to finish in 5th position. And so, take away my announcer card. I thought I thought we were starting the white flag lap, not that we were ending the white flag lap. I'm sorry, everybody.
We were coming to the checker right there. I will tell you there was one car that was in that top 5, top 6 pretty much all day long, John Hotz. He did not cross the finish line yet, Greg, so he may either have broken down somewhere on the backside. I don't see him anywhere. I know he had some problems with that car yesterday, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, exactly. So he's showing his 1 lap down in the number 63 machine, finishing in, I believe, finishing in 25th position. So thank you, Paula. We've got Paula Taylor here from Chris Taylor Racing Services, Chris's mom, and I want to thank her and the whole crew for coming up. Come up tomorrow morning. We'll be here. It'll be cooler. All right, everybody. So let's do this. We're going to take a quick little break, and we're going to get ready for our next race. And that next race is going to be our first of 2 open wheel groups. Of course, our second open wheel group is going to be merged with Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. But this is gonna be our first open wheel group, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, the always exciting FE2s, Prototype 1, Prototype 2, and we might even have some FX cars as well. Let's see, let me go and save this out real quick, but you are listening to the 2023 U.S. Majors Tour, first event of the year here at Summit Point Raceway, and we will be right back.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
and welcome back to Summit Point Raceway for the Washington, D.C. region's April majors. The first stop, and boy, Brian, is the wind picking up here. Wanted to thank our region sponsors also for helping us put on this broadcast today. OG Racing, Radial Tire of Maryland, as well as RP Performance. You probably heard their ads while we had the break going on there. Go ahead and, especially if you're in the Washington, D.C. area, and the way you can thank them for supporting us is by supporting them. So definitely look up those sponsors. So Brian, we've got the pace lap now underway for our second race of the day. Let's find out the players.
Yeah, I tell you what, let's go ahead. I can tell you right now that on my sheet, I know that there is more than 10 that's going out, but I only have 10. That's all that went out this morning, as these guys had to deal with rain too. So we'll start starting 10th in his Formula Continental from Beaver, Pennsylvania, the 03 of Greg Peluso. Starting 9th in his Formula Enterprise 2, the number 11 from Herndon, Virginia, that's Justin Huffman. Starting 8th in his Formula Continental from Laurel, Maryland, number 43 of Leslie Walker. Starting 7th from Durwood, Maryland, in another Formula Continental, the number 26 of Rick Silver. Starting 6th from Winden, Massachusetts, the number 21 in his P1 machine, that's Todd Parks. Starting 5th from Oakton, Virginia, and the number 45 Formula Continental, that is Chuck Moran. Starting 4th in the number 81 from Fredericksburg, Virginia, in his Formula Continental as well, that's Tim Miner. Starting 3rd from Herndon, Virginia, in his FE2, the number 89 of Jamison
Huffman in his
son outdoes the father.
That's right, in his very first majors race and his very first weekend
in that car.
In his exactly.
Debut. Yep. Starting on your front row, starting 2nd from Effort, Pennsylvania, the number 41 at Formula Continental, that's Glenn Cordova. And on the pole in his Formula Atlantic from Frankfort, Ohio, the number 8 of Austin Hill.
All right, Brian, and we've got 4 other drivers who have decided to join us here for the race that did not go out for qualifying this morning. We've got Keith McDonald out of Ranson, West Virginia, driving the number 10 Formula Enterprises 2 machine. We've got Sam Harrington, driver of the number 33 Formula Enterprises 2. Pat, and this is a great name for a racer. Pat Wildfire driving his AMAC P2 from Fairmount, West Virginia, and then former national champion in Formula Continental, Charles Schaefer out of Catlett, Virginia, driving his Van Diemen RF00. That is the number 35 machine. Is our pace car now, Brian, on the pit lane, and our pole sitter, Austin Hill, has the field and has brought them around turn number 10. Beth Burkhardt, she is your starter, and the green flag is in the air. And as you'd expect, that Formula 3 machine of Austin Hill stepping out to an early lead. We'll see Austin, I think, a little bit later today when the Spec MX5 Challenge race takes to the track. But Brian, as Hill starts to scoot away already, it is definitely tight up at the front with Glenn Cordova and Tim Miner battling it out not only for second, but the lead in Formula Continental.
And it looks like we may have had somebody go off there, at least 2 tires off out of turn 1 into turn 2. Can't tell whether or not they got going again. It does look like they did. That may have been the 89. We talked about him earlier, and that is the Jamison Huffman. He's been battling that turn 2 all day long, and I think that he just got pushed just a little bit wide, got a little loose getting in there, but was able to get it corrected and get it going, and was able to drop back there just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, we have to give him a little bit of credit. Jamison, one of 3 people sharing the Washington, D.C. region's Rookie of the Year award for 2022. He won that in driving in the SSM class, which is essentially a slightly detuned version of Spec Miata for NA Miatas only. He has done 1 track day in this Formula Enterprises 2 machine, but has been challenging things all weekend long. Is coming out of turn number 10. It's Austin Hill, and only about 3 car lengths behind Hill is Tim Miner in his Continental. Cordova now has dropped about 15 car lengths back from there. Cordova under attack from Chuck Moran in the number 45 machine and Rick Silver. So nice Continental field here. All battling it out. And we have a driver, that is Leslie Walker, Brian, speaking of Formula Continental. He has lost a wheel and is left front wheel broken. He is off in the gravel trap, and the corner workers are asking for him to be removed immediately. great thing here at Summit Point, Brian, is as opposed to many other facilities, we do hot pulls here, and hopefully we can get him out of there. And actually just getting word right now from our EV that they are going to need to go under full course caution, and that is going to be the situation now. We are going to a full course caution before they pull that car.
The 11 of Justin Huffman did not come around either, and it looks like we've got one down there in turn 10 as he's getting out. I think that's the car that you were talking about.
Yeah, I think that's the 43 machine, Brian.
Yep, that is the 43, it looks like. I know that they struggled earlier today, during qualifying. Again, these guys, had the same battle we talked about early on regarding, and it looks like you got some guys going side by side coming through there. I'm not sure why that was, because the double yellow should have been out long before they even were racing out of turn 10. But we'll let the stewards handle that. But as they start to come, I just happened to glance up going, well, I'm not sure why we're still racing at that point. But, again, these guys as well, they went out this morning. It wasn't doing anything. All of a sudden, as we talked about in our Spec Miata and B-Spec group, they ended up going out and it was raining, and then these guys had to go out in the rain again, and then their second group was even raining. So that's why we went from 10 cars on the starting grid to, back to 14 at this point. I do see the 11, I believe, and I'm going to look in through the binoculars here. I can't tell if that is Keith.
That might be
that's
Keith.
The 11. No, that's the 11. That looks like that is Justin Huffman sitting there on pit road. He is waiting. He came down pit road and then is waiting to go back out. The unfortunate thing is that you have the pace car there waiting to pick up the field coming out of 10. He's going to have to go shotgun Charlie there on that field. They're not going to let him out.
That's going to put him 2 laps down, I think.
Mm-hmm. So, again, a little bit of tough start there for Justin Huffman in that number 11. But we'll get everything worked out. I will tell you, as I said, Greg, I did see Leslie Walker jump out of that machine and head up to the hill, up into turn 10 with some of the flaggers up there in that tub. So he is out.
All right, so some more developments here, Brian, because we've got a car sitting in the access road over between 2 and 3, and that is Chaz Schaefer. I just had spoken about Chaz, former national champion. Word is that he has blown his motor, and the safety workers over at turn 2 on the exit of that horseshoe that is attached to turn 1, they're going to be looking for oil down on the track as well here, as again, we are under full course caution as our pole sitter Austin Hill still leads the field.
Well, it's not going to be hard to find because I'm sitting here with the binoculars and I can clearly see it. As one of our workers are out there in that cutoff, Greg, you can clearly see the oil that is coming down through driver's right out of turn 2 down the right along the white line there, and then as he makes that turn into that cutout, you can clearly see that oil line. So a little bit of a cleanup here that looks like we're going to have to do. So I tell you what, Greg, we talked about this before the break. This is a very good time to do it. And again, unfortunately, the individuals on the PA cannot hear this, but those of you, it looks like we've got over 60 of you on the stream for this first day of April. Breaking news, if we had a drum roll or one of the CNN.
Wait a second.
Deals,
hold on. Actually, hold on. I might have a drum roll for you. Actually, go ahead. It'll take me longer to find the drum roll.
Let's go ahead and give this big announcement. So this big announcement happened, again, as of today, April 1st, 2023. I have now purchased Summit Point Motorsports Park. So this should be a fantastic news. It is a fantastic day here. The sun had came out as soon as that became, as we got ready to go. So I have now purchased Summit Point Motorsports Park. I will be taking over. And one of the things we're going to do is we are going to continue having racing here.
Well, thank God. Although maybe not electric cars. And actually, Random McRandom has asked in the chat if we have any information on the recent edicts that came down from track management on electric cars. Unfortunately, we don't. We just found out about it as all of you have, and hopefully there'll be some kind of a solution.
So we are, real quick, I'll let you get back to that. We are going to a black flag all. So again, extensive cleanup, it does look like coming out of turn 2. Again, I can see it from here.
Yeah.
And those of you who know, if you're listening to me on the stream, if I can see it, everybody should be able to see it. So, it's laid down pretty good there. Rescue 1 going out. It looks like they're going to go take a look at it, and they're going to get that line, and they'll get it cleaned up. So we are going to be a little bit of a delay here, but we will, we'll wait for them to get going back again.
So Brian, I didn't have the drum roll. I did have this, if it'll play, and it should be. Let's see here. Oh, hold on. Well, it should have been coming through.
This.
All right. Well, we'll try it again later. I had the Benny Hill theme all queued up and ready to go.
There we go. So, should be an interesting time frame.
Yeah, exactly.
Mike Collins has probably just spilled everything that he was drinking there on the table. It all just went everywhere. So
oh,
we'll
my.
I tell you what, Greg, while we're waiting here, why don't we go ahead, if it's possible, let's go ahead and take a quick little break if we can, because these guys look like they're going to be sitting there for a while.
Yeah,
I know a lot of water's going out to those drivers, but again, not sure how long it'll take to do it, but let's go ahead and.
All right, what I'm going to do here, Brian, for now is I'm going to just say, and I'm going to put this on here, everybody. I'm going to put down, because it's on the racing line. I'm going to put down. And we're going to have to do this cleanup. We're just going to say about 325. By the way, Pike Wilson says, congrats on the purchase, Brian. Thank you. Thank you there, Pike. All right, so let's do this. Let's go. We're going to go and take a little break. And when we come back, hopefully, we'll be able to bring you more action here from Summit Point Raceway for the conclusion of our big open wheel group. We are currently 1 lap in. On a 15-lap or 30-minute race, whichever comes first. The clock at the moment continues to run, and we are almost 9 minutes in. So let's take that break. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
All right, everybody. Your humble announcer here, or one of your humble announcers, just to let you know, we are still under black flag conditions here at Summit Point Raceway for our open wheel group. Let me do this. You can tell I'm out of breath because I've been running around the facility. First thing I'm going to do for you all is hopefully turn our Turn 5 camera back on. That's, you have a little bit of downtime and you run across the facility and get that done. Just got some word from our facilities team here at Summit Point. They are predicting that it is going to be at least another 20 to 25 minutes before we go back to racing here at Summit Point. And what we've gotten from race control is that the plan is that with 5 minutes remaining on the clock, and you now see here as I've got our timing and scoring up on the screen for you, we have moved over to a red flag condition, so that stops the clock. The clock is now stopped with 5 minutes remaining in this race, and essentially our drivers, they are going to get a green-white checker finish here today. We're going to send them out. They're going to get a lap, under green. They'll then see the white flag, hopefully for this race, since I completely botched it in Spec Miata. They'll then get a white flag for 1 lap to go, and then they will see the checkered flag. So, again, going to be a little while longer here. I want to thank everybody for staying with us on the stream, and looks like we've still got about 70 of you sitting on the stream watching us. I want to thank all of you for being here today. And as soon as we get a little bit more information, we will let you know. But essentially, we've got oil. Got a line of oil about 2 miles long right now that we're looking to get cleaned up. So as soon as we have some more information, I will let you know. Actually, what we're going to do while we're sitting here talking, I'm going to update our status screen here, because it is what now, about 3:44, long past that 3:25 that we thought of originally. And I am going to say that we should be getting underway hopefully at about 4:05, and I'm basically pulling that time out of my derriere right now. But if somebody new joins the stream, we'll be able to let you know. And so let's do this. We're going to go back to some of that elevator music and let you hear about our great sponsors that are bringing you this Majors Tour event here at Summit Point Raceway. So you can see also some of the events that we have coming up here with the Washington, D.C., and as well as the South Jersey region of the SCCA. We'll be right back.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most.
And after an extended cleanup here, we are back at Summit Point Raceway for the U.S. Majors Tour. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. And you know what, Brian? We're ready to go back to racing.
And here we go.
There we go. So we've got the pace car, the safety car now, leading the field back out onto the track. We have 5 minutes on the clock, now actually less than 5 minutes. And we are making the assumption that this is going to be, I'm showing 3 laps remaining. So it should be 2 laps under green, white flag.
Yeah,
and
for
checker.
3 laps, I think when they come around, when they get to the start-finish line, it'll be 2 to go. And then, so they're going to get, 2 green flag laps.
Yeah, well, technically 3 green flags. They got 3 laps. Actually, well, you know what? No, you're right, because this is showing 3 to go. When they cross the stripe, it will show 2.
Mm-hmm.
So it is a green, white, checkered flag.
That is correct.
That's what you were trying to say, and that's what I was too deaf to accept. So there you go. And want to thank all of you for staying with us here today during this extended green flag. Hey, look, Brian, the numbers are going back up again. So like clockwork, somebody must have yelled and said, "Hey, we're back to live action here." To heads up for everybody, this is our second of 6 scheduled races today. If the length or times of these races change any, we will definitely let you know. But next up is going to be our big bore race, actually GT cars, touring cars, and super touring cars. So you don't want to miss that definitely here. And you know what? We had some time, Brian. Hopefully our viewers appreciate that we've got a camera at turn 5 once again. And it actually stayed up and didn't blow over during the entire time that we were under black and then red flag conditions.
Well, I think the reason it fell down the first time was operator error.
Yeah.
A little bit. But you know what? The wind was blowing a little bit. And so that caused a little bit. Rick Silver getting off pit road late. So he's just now coming out of turn 2. So our field should be coming up out of turn 10 right now.
Yeah, just as the pace car now is on the pit lane. Single file behind Austin Hill, who is our overall leader in his Formula Atlantic Ligier, and green flag is in the air, and a big puff of smoke as Austin Hill gets on the gas. But that puff of smoke, actually not smoke, it's oil dry, as he was running right across the line, which goes all the way across this track. As he heads down into turn 1, we've got Tim Minor, and then great battle. Glenn Cordova and Chuck Moran side by side going into turn number 1. That is for the second position in Formula Continental. Greg Peluso is a little bit further back from there. Sam Harrington and Keith McDonald side by side as they came down into turn 1. That is for the lead in Formula Enterprises 2. And then moving up through the field right now, Pat Wildfire in his AMAC P2 prototype car. Our only P2 car in the field. We also have a P1 driver as well, but good time for him to start picking people off.
Yeah, I tell you what, going through turn 3, you had Cordova and Moran. They were side by side going up there. Moran had to get hard on the brakes. He had the preferred line, but there was nowhere to go as Cordova tried to come over and get through on that line. Smart move right there. Again, these guys are really tiptoeing through. Looks like we have our starter, Greg, that may have the checkered in hand. So,
well, nope. Got white flag is let's see.
Checkered.
The checkered flag.
We are checkering this.
There
right
we
here.
go.
So we got one good lap.
All right, and there you go, taking the checkered flag. Thank you, because I would have gotten confused for the second lap. Or taking the checkered flag, and the win in Formula Atlantic is Austin Hill. Tim Minor holds off Chuck Moran. He's going to finish second overall, takes the win in Continental. Then Moran second. Glenn Cordova will finish third in Continental. Sam Harrington, he takes the win in Formula Enterprises 2 over Keith McDonald. Harrington finishing 5th overall. Todd Parks 6th overall. I don't need to run down all of it. You can see it all right on the screen right in front of you there. Pat Wildfire moves up a couple positions, finishes 8th overall. Then Peluso and Jamison Huffman finishing 10th overall. And that is going to be a podium finish for young Jamison. Finishes 3rd ahead of his father, Justin. So good run for him. And I believe then, as you mentioned, Rick Silver, who came off the pit lane very late, just now taking the checkered flag. He's our last running car, and he finishes in 11th position. So let's go again, break this down by class. In Atlantic, Austin Hill in his Ligier, your overall winner. He's our sole driver in Formula Atlantic. Todd Parks, sole driver in P1. Pat Wildfire, sole driver in P2. And looks like a couple of our drivers, Brian, may have wanted to get a few extra laps that maybe they didn't get during the race here, having not pitted in. Again,
yeah, I guess I'm a little confused on that. These guys are still racing, even though they got the checkered flag the last time by. So I'm not really sure kind of what's going on here.
Yeah, like I said, I thought they were originally supposed to get one more lap, but they were given the checkered flag. So in Formula Continental, Tim Miner takes the win. Chuck Moran 2nd. Glenn Cordova finishes 3rd, just off the podium. Greg Peluso, and again, Rick Silver finishing a distant 5th. And in Formula Enterprises, too, it's Sam Harrington, Keith McDonald, Jamison Huffman, and Justin Huffman. All right, so Brian, I don't know what we're going to do here. All right, let me go and get our next little graphic here ready. As we're going to say, start time of 4:25, not 3:25. So we're running almost an hour behind right now. So again, want to thank everybody for staying with us. And let me just fix this up. And we want PNG. There we go. So let's do this, and I apologize for the little bit of silence there. We're going to take another quick little break. Thanks some of our partners and sponsors, OG Racing, Radial Tire of Maryland, and RP Performance, that are bringing you this weekend's broadcast, and we will be right back. And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway for the 2023 U.S. Majors Tour. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. And Brian, we're almost halfway through the day.
We're halfway home, boys. We're halfway home.
Jeff Lucas, yeah, you're right. It's going to be a long day. All right, next group up, and the 1 minute warning has just been given on the grid for normally what I'd call big bore. I'm going to call them touring cars today because we got the Grand Tours. We got GT 1, 2, and 3. We've got, we'll see GT Light a little bit later. We've got the touring cars. We've got Touring 1, Touring 2, and Touring 3. We'll see T4, I think, a little bit later.
Yep.
And then we've got Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under. So let's go. We'll run down the starting grid here. Brian, starting 18th on the grid, driving the number 46 T2 Ford Mustang, it's Alan Phillips. Starting 17th, driving the number 88 T1 Ford Boss Mustang from Fredericksburg, Virginia, it's Robert Corzin. Zach Moore starts 16th. He is driving the number 38 T3 Mazda Miata. Scott Luttrell is going to start 15th today. He's driving the number 121 STU Mini Cooper. He's out of Bluemont, Virginia. Starting 14th, driving the number 53 Volkswagen GTI in T3 and Touring 3 from Columbia, Connecticut, Dallin Briere. Starting 13th, driving the number 44 T3 Spec E46 BMW from Winchester, Virginia, Jeremy Hoover. Starting 12th, in his number 4 T3 Nissan 350Z. We just saw him a little while ago taking the win in Spec Miata. It's Robbie Hines. Starting 11th, driving the number 64 GT2 Nissan 300ZX, Kevin Allen. Vaughn Glass is driving his Touring 3 Hyundai Velociter. He's out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and starts 10th. Starting 9th today, driving the number 19 Dodge Neon SRT 4 in STU, it's Mark Liller. Danny Richardson, our sole American sedan driver here today, he is out of Durwood, Maryland, driving his Chevrolet Camaro, and he starts 8th. Starting 7th, driving the number 72 GT2 Chevrolet TA2 Camaro from Belmont, Ohio, Andrew Mistak. Darren Treacle's driving the number 70 STU BMW 325. He's out of Marshall, Virginia, and starts 6th. Starting 5th today, driving the number 188 Subaru Impreza WRX STI. Say that 10 times real fast, Brian. He's out of Maurertown, Virginia, and it is Anthony Pacelli. Jared Odrick, we're going to see him for the second time today. Here, he's driving his Porsche 991 Cup car. That is a GT2 machine. He's out of Lebanon, Pennsylvania. Starts 4th. Starting 3rd today, driving the number 03 TA1 Chevy Camaro in GT1. It's Jim McAleese and your front row. And your front row as the field is coming up the hill right now, driving the number 18 STU Audi A4 from Lidditz, Pennsylvania. It's Chip Herr, and your pole sitter driving his Ligier JSP 320 prototype car in GTX from Bethesda, Maryland, David Glassman. And with that, Brian, green flag in the air as Mr. Glassman leads the field and Mr. McAleese down towards turn 1.
I tell you what, Greg, I feel like I'm watching an IMSA race on TV. You've got the LMP3 car of David Glassman. You got the Trans Am car of James McAleese, and then now throw in Jarek Rodick in that Porsche. I tell you what, those 3 cars are going to take off. Chip Hurst sit there in 4th, side by side coming out of turn 2, now heading up into turn 3. It is Darren Trinkle and Danny Richardson. Richardson gets a little bit of a head, but then you got to throw in Kevin Allen in that number 64 machine in that GT2 as they go through turn 4.
Yeah, and so this one, we have, Brian, we've got one car that's off the pace going down now just into turn number 1.
That may be Alex McBain in the 75. He was late coming out onto the racetrack, so that may be who that is.
I think that is from the looks of it, and it is a Porsche 9, looks like a 944, 968 type car, and yeah, that would indeed be McBain coming through turn 3 now.
Also, we got the 94 Philip DePippo. He went out in that GT2 machine. Jason Smith is out there, another American sedan. Not making the call is Andrew Mistek. We saw him early this morning having that problem coming off turn 2. Here comes our leader. McAleese opens up now over David Glassman in that 08 machine, Greg.
All right, so the GT1 machine of McAleese, our sole GT1 driver in the field with a 1:18.425 fastest. Well, we've only run one lap now. Going down into turn 1, he is your leader with Glassman second. In GT2, Jared Odrick in his Porsche 911, he's running 3rd overall, is up on Kevin Allen, who's got Chip Herr, our STU leader, sitting right between them as Chip Herr running fourth in his Audi A4. And we'll talk a little bit about the STU race, maybe from the runoffs. There's some synergies here between Mr. Herr, Mr. Pacelli, and also with the
Mr. Mark Liller in that 19.
Liller in the neon, yeah.
I tell you what, Greg, looking out here over turns 1 and turn 2, all our cars are starting to go. The sun is starting to come out. I see a few raindrops on the glass right here. So I'm not sure if that's been there all day. I haven't noticed it, but I just saw another drop. We may be getting a little bit of a shower around some of this racetrack. I don't know what it's doing on back there. I can tell you turns 1 and turn 2, maybe getting a drop here and there, but the sun is back out. So here comes our leaders, McAleese, along with David Glassman. Glassman not going away. We'll see whether or not those that tires on that machine will be able to do it. I know he had a sound problem early this morning, so we'll have to see as Kevin Allen makes a great move around Chip Herr coming out of turn 10 in that GT2 machine, number 64 Nissan, going past that Audi, getting obviously a run, different car, different class. But now you've got Chip Herr leading STU. Now you've got Mark Liller about 20 car lengths behind him as Chip Herr comes through between turn 2. Mark Liller now going into turn 1, Greg.
All right, Brian, and as we mentioned with Kevin Allen getting around Chip Herr, he is on a march now. Again, Jared Odrick, currently running third overall, is our leader in GT2 that last time by. Kevin Allen almost a full second faster, actually a bit more than a full second, about 1.1 seconds faster than Jared Odrick. With a 15-lap race, that may be enough time for him to catch up and make up the difference.
Well, Greg, we may have shortened this race. I'm seeing 2 laps down on the board, and over here it says 11 to go. I think they may have shortened it by 2 laps here. I think we're only going 13 laps, but we'll keep an eye on that. We'll keep an eye on the starter and see what we're doing. Here comes 75 of McBain. Here comes your leader, James McAleese, now out of turn 10 down through the cross-start finish line, and here comes David Glassman. All
right, here we go, and McAleese starting to make his way around some of that slower traffic now as he now gets by Alex McBain in the number 75 Porsche. As we look a little bit further back in the field here, Brian, is again our STU leaders coming through. Great little fight now going on, and it's not for a battle in class, but we've got Robert Corzin and Jeremy Hoover. Corzin, our T1 leader, and running 8th overall, and actually it's Darren Schrinkle right behind him. Yeah.
I tell you what, the battle that you're going to see on the racetrack here coming up, Greg, and they just went by out of turn 3. That's going to be your GT2 leaders. Jared Ulrich leading right now. Kevin Allen closing the door rather quickly.
Yeah, we talked about how last time by it was almost a full second difference between Allen and Odrick. That last time by, Odrick definitely picked up the pace and dropped almost a second and a half as the heat came in for the tires, Brian. But Kevin Allen still almost 0.4 of a second faster than Odrick's Porsche.
And these guys here, when they went out this morning for their first round of qualifying, it was wet.
Very wet.
Right? It was very wet. Half the field went out, not a lot of them. Robert Corzin didn't even set a lap time all day long. When they went back out again, it had just finished raining. The track started to dry up. Again, a lot of guys not doing. Here comes our GT2 lead of Jared Ulrich and Kevin Allen as they head down into turn 1. Jared Ulrich's got about, I'd say maybe a 10-car length lead, but Kevin Allen about a second faster than Ulrich right now heading into turns 1 and turn 2.
All right, Brian, race that we definitely want to pick up on as the STU race is kind of spreading out here at the front is actually in T3. With Robbie Hines, and they're coming out of 10 right now. Robbie Hines, he's got about a 15 car length advantage now that he just opened up on Jeremy Hoover in the silver number 44 BMW. Matter of fact, Hoover now is sitting back right behind Anthony Pacelli. Big difference there over that last lap as Pacelli moved around Hoover. Hoover had been within about 3 car lengths of Robbie Hines, and Hines, who's been racing here at Summit Point now, I think for over 30 years, has really opened up things
and the
in
70,
that class.
Greg, sorry to interrupt you there, but I think the 75 of Alex Bain is having some really difficulty, barely moving, getting up the hill out of turn 3. Had to slow up just a little bit. Robbie Hines had to slow up just to get around him, then able to continue, but that's going to bring in Hoover just a little bit closer.
All right, as he makes his way down into the carousel here, that STU battle has really spread out. And Brian, yeah, this might be time to talk a little bit about maybe might bring up some bad memories for some people here. The rain and oil shortened STU race at Virginia International Raceway this past year. Now, we have. I think it was probably the run of the race from Chip Herr. Started off at the back of the field as we've got a driver, and we'll get to that in a second. It looks like we have Danny Richardson pitting in from the lead. And he was the only car in American sedan today. So, of course, he was pitting in from the lead in class. And he has had some issues with that car during the test day. And he's taken that car back to the paddock. But so Chip Herr, who finished second at the runoffs in not this Audi A4 that he ran years ago in Pirelli World Challenge, but in a Subaru that Anthony Pacelli offered up as Herr had some issues with one of the differentials in that car. And we've got another driver making his way down the pit lane, who, by the way, is not McBain.
Well, that looks like that may be DePippo, and I can guarantee you what, yesterday he had a huge oil leak problem on that car as well. Him and Richardson pitting together, they spent most of the day yesterday working on both of those cars as they went. Hey, real quick before you get back to your battle here, we're talking about this GT2 battle between Ulrich and Allen. Allen is right on the back bumper. They're actually getting ready to come up on some slower traffic going into turn 3. That means they're going to come up on the 53 of Alan Briere in that T3 machine going down into 4. That's going to be a tough battle. We have to look on the screen here on turn 5 as they come down through the chute.
Let's take a look.
Now, let's see where they are. And it looks like they were able to get by him. So Briere given that position up, and Ulrich still holding off Kevin Allen through turn 5.
That's right. You can see that white Porsche with the white, red, and blue Nissan directly behind it. We're going to see them coming out of the carousel here and through turn 8 momentarily. And here they come over towards turn 8 as they work their way through some slower traffic, and it is still the Porsche, although the Porsche getting very defensive and chopped off the exit of turn 8 there, Brian, and we just saw the Nissan come right around the outside.
But now he got it back. Now he's going to go back again. No, so Allen's going to go on the outside. I'm not sure about that run there with Jared Ulrich coming out of turn 10. Again, the Porsche, the power is just going to go a little bit faster than Kevin Allen when we get to the start-finish line. An odd move there from the 01 Porsche as they go down to turn 1. He's going to hold him off, but that was a move that I haven't seen. Maybe that is something that Jared's been practicing. I don't know.
It might be. I mean, Brian, that move out of turn 8, that is something that we tell at least drivers in lower horsepower momentum cars. It's a move we tell them not to do. It is a move that we try to ingrain upon them not to do, that we want them to carry as much speed through that corner and up the hill. But, Odrick, he's got a horsepower advantage right now over Kevin Allen and his Nissan, and he's able to get that power down.
And McBain coming out of turn 2 again, very, very slow. I wouldn't be surprised, Greg, if he doesn't finally say enough's enough and make the turn. But as he gets here, now he picks up speed again. So he's definitely got some type of a problem where that car is shutting off or just waiting for the traffic to go by. So he's definitely got some type of an issue in that Porsche 951.
All right, so we've got about 5 laps to go here. And your overall leader is our sole GT1 driver. That is Jim McAleese running second overall. Our sole GTX driver, David Glassman, in his prototype in T3. Robbie Hines now has opened up almost a 6.5-second advantage over Jeremy Hoover. The Nissan 350Z first, Jeremy Hoover and his BMW second, Vaughn Gloss in the Hyundai Velociter about another 20 seconds back from there. And then in GT2, I think we have a new leader, Brian. Well, we did.
Nope.
At the line, we did.
I think at the line, yes. We had Kevin Allen, but then Kevin Allen may be having a little bit of a problem. I know yesterday when I looked at him and watched him during practice, the nose of that car just had no front grip. You could really see it, especially coming through turn 10 and back there in the carousel when I was down on the outside of turn 5 watching it. They're now coming up on the Vaughn Glass and Scott Luttrell battle
in
there.
the mini.
So they're going to have to let them go. Here comes McBain. I'm not sure, again, coming through. It's becoming a part of, as he goes through the turns, the car just will not stay running, and then it picks up on the straightaway. So
yeah, and with 4 laps to go, I think he has already made it. McBain is showing now as having completed 5 laps, so he's just now made it halfway. So maybe we'll see him pit that car in soon enough. But as you're saying, if Kevin Allen if he's having problems getting front bite off the corners, obviously with the rain this morning washing a lot of the rubber away again, the problems that he had might be exacerbated this morning or today because there just isn't as much front grip. But we'll see here as they come down into turn 1 where Allen was driver's right. He was to the inside of Odrick, and Odrick was able to drive by him in the braking zone. Obviously a big advantage of the Porsche there are the brakes on it.
Yeah, going a little bit deeper, able to do it. Odrick going through into turn 1, almost into the middle of the racetrack. Again, holding off Kevin Allen. I just think it's a matter of time before Allen gets by him. As we look through the chute here, coming down into turn 5, we'll see whether or not he's able to make it. Again, side by side, you've got the McBain machine right there. He goes very far driver's left coming out of turn 4, lets those two go by. They go through. Ulrich still holding off Kevin Allen. We'll take a look here at turn 8, Greg, and see whether or not Allen is able to make that pass through the carousel.
All right, we'll see exactly what happens and see if Odrick makes that same move again. And here they come up the hill and out of turn number 8. And now we see Kevin Allen try to come underneath the Porsche, and Odrick stays middle of track, drives Kevin Allen all the way to driver's right as they come under the bridge. And the Porsche once again has the advantage. Kevin Allen slots in behind the Porsche coming out of 10, but now moves all the way to driver's right. But Brian, he is now almost 4 car lengths back from the Porsche as Allen tried to chop off the exit at turn 10. He threw away a lot of speed. Yeah,
able to just trying to overdrive that corner getting into turn 10. And again, probably slid the nose, had no grip coming off of there as we've been talking about here. But, Derek Ulrich, doing pretty good, holding him back. Again, I know that is a great battle here on the racetrack. That's really the only battle for class that we're seeing as everybody else has started to spread out. Last time by, I did see McEley's kind of slowing down a little bit, kind of moving it. So I'm not sure if he's having a problem starting to lose some brakes, but he's coming out of turn 10. We'll see if he gets past Darren Trinkle because Trinkle was right up pretty far away from him, and obviously the horsepower is going to go by there. So evidently there's really no problem.
Yeah, so that last time by, though, McEley's for the second time was in the 1:17 range. His fastest lap so far today in the 1:13 range. So, again, quite a bit off the pace, but at this point, not a lot for him to run for with showing 2 laps remaining.
Yeah, it looks like 2 laps. Next time by, he's going to get the 1 to go board. So that will be wrapping that up. Here comes the 97 there of Jason Smith. So Jason Smith is going to be your American sedan leader at this point with Richardson dropping out. So we did have two American sedans make this race. Again, Jason Smith not going out early this morning due to the rain, but was able to make a call here for the race.
All right, so that battle for the lead in GT2 now coming out of turn number 2, Brian. And as they make the run down, and again, they're going to be coming up on some slower traffic. Kevin Allen now is caught back up to the back of the Porsche, now about a half a car length back as they go into turn at number 3. Again, some slower T3 and STL cars just ahead as Jim McEley's now comes out of turn 10 and onto the front straight. He's going to get the 1 to go sign, and just 2 more miles remain for Jim McEley's, our overall leader. As we jump back and take a look at that GT2 battle, Brian, leaders should now be coming out of they're coming out of the carousel, and they are side by side again, coming out of turn 8 up the hill as Kevin Allen again takes Odrick's unorthodox line to an advantage, but again loses ground coming up the hill.
Yeah, normally you kind of want to be in the center track coming up out of the hill, out of turn 9, up underneath the bridge, Greg, as we've always done it. Now Kevin Allen trying to break the draft and trying to get, in a different line. But when they get there, Ulrich taking just an unorthodox line through there, but able to power out of it and get away from Kevin Allen. Right. So we're getting to that point in the race. Again, 1 lap to go. These guys' brakes are getting soft, fuel's running out. That car changes hands, and now they're going to come up on that 97 of Jason Smith as he holds his line. Ulrich's going to go inside there, not able to make that pass. Here comes Kevin Allen. They're side by side out of 3. It looks like Allen's going to be able to have the run, Greg, coming down the chute. We'll look at our camera here, but I do believe that Allen is going to be able to make that pass. Now let's see if he can hold off that Porsche in that 0-1. Derek, they go side by side, down in through turn 5. Give it back to Jared Ulrich.
All right, and so our leader, Jim McAleese, should be coming across the, well, you will have to.
He's already gone by.
So, yeah, race is over. Jim McAleese takes the win. Let's take a look at this fight for the lead in GT2. They're coming through turn 8 right now. Again, Jared Odrick in the white Porsche. He leads Kevin Allen. Allen going around the outside, though. He's tried this move before, Brian. He hasn't been able to make it stick. And as they come into turn 10, the Porsche getting very loose on exit. Kevin Allen, he gets a great run out of 10, but this is where the power in the Porsche kicks in, and crossing the line, taking the win in GT2, finishing second overall, Jared Odrick. Kevin Allen in the number 64 Nissan will finish in third. Wow.
I don't know really what happened here, but my timing and scoring shows McAleese now dropping all the way back to fourth.
That's what I was going to say, Brian. I didn't see McAleese cross the stripe initially. The first car that I saw come across,
he has not crossed it yet,
was David Glassman. Yeah. Exactly. So Glassman, our driver in the GTX Ligier prototype car, taking the win. Odrick again finishing in second. Kevin Allen in third. And we'll double check on this, and I'll be watching as drivers head towards the pit lane, because with about 2 laps to go, there was a call about a driver's one driver having some transponder issues, and it might very well be the GT1 car of McAleese. We'll take a look.
He's not on pit lane coming back through there.
No,
the first
indeed.
one is Glassman, right?
Yeah, so. Glassman, the first one back. All right, Brian. Also, I have a word here. Because we are getting late in the day and we had that extended cleanup, we are only going to run 5 races today. Race group number 6, which is the Spec MX5 Challenge, their first race of the weekend is going to be tomorrow morning.
Okay.
And they are going to be on course tomorrow at 8:50 a.m., which was our scheduled start. So essentially, we're going to finish up. We're gonna finish up today with 2 more races. Then we're going to start tomorrow with the Spec MX5 Challenge, and then we will have 6 feature races after them tomorrow. Okay, so let's see here. I'm just gonna. So for those of you waiting around for a Spec MX5 Challenge, I'm going to just put it in the chat here. They will race tomorrow at 8:50 a.m. All right. And again, then we will see them at the end of the day as well. All right. So, Brian, let's do this. Let's take another quick little break. All right. And I am going to take a look here. Next up is going to be Spec Racer Ford and our small open wheel group, Formula V, Formula 600, and Formula F. I'm going to anticipate that we will be back on course probably, again, don't hold me to it, but probably around 4:55 p.m., give or take a few moments. So let's do this, Brian. Let's take that break. We're going to thank some of our partners and sponsors. And when we come back, 2 more races here from Summit Point Raceway, where you are listening and watching the 2023 SCCA U.S. Majors Tours presented this weekend by OG Racing, Radial Tire, and RP Performance. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway in the 2023 SCCA US Majors Tour. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. And Brian, we're under 1 minute for our next group, and that is going to be a combined Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 as well as our smaller open wheel cars, Formula V, Formula F, and Formula 600 for a 13-lap or 26-minute race.
Yeah, so we've shortened it down a little bit. I tell you what, we've got 2 Formula Vs and everything else is SRF3. So I tell you what, Greg, as we're getting ready to roll off here, I can see the pace car getting ready to roll out of pit out. Let me go ahead and give you the starting lineup here. So we'll start with our Formula V, starting 18th, the number 20. From Raleigh, North Carolina, Jeff Filipakowski. Starting 17th. From Baltimore, Maryland, the number 61 of Jonathan Whiteside. Now, starting in the 16th position, this is our first Spec Racer 4-3. From Delmont, Virginia, the number 87 of John Ryan. Starting 15th, from Annapolis, Maryland, the number 7 of Keith Frazier. Starting 14th, from Darien, Connecticut, the number 42 of Craig Chase. Starting 13th, from New Canaan, Connecticut, the number 47 of Ken Riley. Starting 12th, from Littleton, Pennsylvania, the number 3 of Mark J. Welding. Starting 11th, from Dryden, New York, the 147 of Steven Spano. Starting 10th, from Washington, D.C., the number 30 of Mac Harrison. Starting 9th, from Chesapeake, Virginia, the number 74 of Joe Blanks. Starting 8th, from Silver Spring, Maryland, the 01 of Chris Current. Starting 7th, the number 67 from Ottawa, Ontario, Canada, that's Michael McEwen. Starting in the 6th position, from Staunton, Virginia, the number 11 of Jisoo Kim. Starting in the 5th position, from Farmington, Connecticut, the number 5 of Lincoln Young. Starting 4th, from Gainesville, Virginia, the number 21 of Brian Cates. Starting 3rd, from Gloversville, New York, the number 77 of Jeffrey Lerner. And on the front row, and starting in the 2nd position, from Boyd's, Maryland, the number 55 of Sam Schechter. And starting on the pole with a time of 120.512 from Charlestown, West Virginia, your reigning Rookie of the Year of the 3, 1/3 of the Rookie of the Year. That is the 02 of Morgan Burkhardt.
The triumvirate, yeah. Yep. And it should be interesting because it looks as though, I'm trying to see here. So it looks like Morgan's father, John Burkhardt, is our starter for this race.
Well, I didn't think his mother was going to be able to raise the green flag.
No, without dropping it on one of the cars. Yeah, and Morgan just came off in the Ray Esports Racing League, Virtual Racing League, the Spec Racer Ford Championship win. So they're sitting behind the pace car. We've got the two stragglers. I don't want to call them stragglers. It is our 2 Formula V racers that are looking to have a split start. And they've just now gone into turn 6A, quite a bit
split.
Yeah, it's going to be about a quarter of a track split, which means the Spec Racer Fords are going to get to them pretty quickly here. As the pace car is on pit lane, Morgan Burkhardt brings the field through turn 10. You can probably see in our cameras, it's definitely getting overcast here, Brian. We'll have to see if the rain holds off. Yeah, green flag is in the air. I should also mention that this is only the second day that Morgan Burkhardt has driven a Spec Racer Ford. He brought one out for testing in the wet 2 weeks ago. As he now moves to the inside, he is in the center lane. And Brian, going deep is Jeff Lehner and Brian Cates down the inside. And looks like Morgan Burkhardt might get swallowed up here as they come out of turn number 2.
Well, I tell you what, you've got the 77 there, Jeffrey Lerner, I believe that's who that is, out there. Him and Sam Schechter, now Brian Cates. Smart move by Morgan Burkhardt to sit there and go ahead and drop back. Now we got some cars, Greg. We've got Mark J. Welding into the center of turn 3. He has lost his rear of it, Lagner. I call him Lerner because it looks like Jeffrey Lerner.
Lehner.
So we've got Mark J. Welding, who doesn't have his rear. Now here comes our Formula Vs. I can tell you that Mark J. Welding's not going to go anywhere. That back end is a little messed up. And we also have the debris, which is the back half of his car.
Sitting right off the track surface.
Right in a tough spot. So we're going to have to see what they're going to do here. But he is in a position that I do not believe that is going to be a hot pull. So we'll have to hear. You've got the radio. We'll see as it looks like here comes our group now coming out of turn number 10 as they start to head down through the start-finish line. It is Lagner, then Schechter, Cates, and then Morgan Burkhardt. Now Morgan Burkhardt's going to pull out behind and go side by side with Brian Cates. I think one of the learning experiences going to be is, hold on, you need a drafting partner.
That's right, and he may be. Well, he's gotten around Brian Cates here going down into turn number 1, and we'll see. He had a lot more pace. Obviously, he was our pole sitter in qualifying. We'll see if he can work his way back up to the lead. We do have a standing yellow at turn 1, or probably not at turn 1, at turn 3, as we still have that one car sitting off in the gravel and his bodywork sitting right on the exit curbing at turn 3. So we're not going to see anybody use that Tristan Herbert line going through turn 3.
Well, I can tell you that the left rear of Welding's car is pointed in a direction that it should not be. That car looks like it is definitely done for the weekend, and so we're going to have to figure out when are they going to get that car out of there, but I can guarantee you that is not going to be a hot pull for him. He is not going to be able to get that out.
All right, and in Spec Racer Ford, Brian, because I don't know if we can see it on our timing and scoring here, it is Jonathan Weisheit. He has now opened up about an 8-car length advantage over Ray Qualls, as our leaders are now coming out of turn 10, and it is a 3-car battle because Morgan Burkhardt, he made the right move getting and ditching Brian Cates, because he's now only 2-car lengths back from Lehner and from Schechter. As Lehner and Schechter were center of track going down the front straight, they moved over drivers left into turn 1, and they are going to lead Morgan Burkhardt, who just ran a 122.9, the fastest lap of the race. That is your top 3. Brian Cates now about, I'd say, probably about 10 car lengths back, and he's got Lincoln Young and Mike McGahern right behind him, and then it's a little bit further back till you get to Jisoo Kim. And so Brad Gould, I know you were looking forward to that Jisoo Kim Morgan Burkhardt battle. Looks like we may have to wait a little bit longer for that. Great story. Brad Gould, another one of our iRacers in some SCCA affiliated leagues, and he came and raced at, or not raced, but got his competition license at our driver's school here at Summit Point a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah,
in a Spec Racer Ford.
Yeah, and we've got our our Rescue 1 going down there. They're going to try to pull that car back just a little bit. I'm not going to see that. They're going to go out and get that debris out of there, which is the back half of that number 3 of Mark J. Welding. They're going to pull that out of the way because that is really in a spot, Greg, that you really want to do it. Here comes our leaders now.
All right, Brian, and we've got, they've asked for the safety car to stand up, and I have a feeling, although our leaders have just now passed start-finish, that we are likely going to be going to a full course caution, and there you go. That is the story now, going to a full course caution, and we'll see as our leaders, Jeffrey Lehner, Sam Schechter, Morgan Burkhardt, are now coming through turns 1 and 2, and they're going to start. They're going to start tightening up. I should mention that Brian Cates, just as the full course caution was coming out, had just completed his fastest lap and the fastest lap of the race, running a 22.7.
Yeah, it looks like, and the reason I think is because they're going to that double. That double yellow is because, as I said, they cannot do a hat pull on that Mark J. Welding. It needs to go up on a rollback. That left rear is pointed in a direction that a left rear should not be pointed.
All right, so we are once again here at full course caution at Summit Point Raceway. Again, these are now 13-lap or 26-minute races. And we have some more emergency services vehicles responding. The safety car is sitting at the end of the pit lane here, and will likely pick up our leader, Jeffrey Lehner, this next time by. So it's Lehner, Schechter, Burkhardt, Brian Cates, Lincoln Young, Mike McGahern, Jisoo Kim, Mac Harrison, and Joe Blanks, as well as Craig Chase. That is your top 10 in Spec Racer Ford. And then in Formula V, Jonathan Weisheit now, your leader in Formula V, has moved up to 14th overall. He's got Ray Qualls, and this is probably the best thing that could have happened to Ray Qualls, because he had really fallen off the pace of Weisheit early on, and this will at least allow him to get back in position when we go back to racing here in a single-file restart, as the safety car now picks up the field.
Yeah, so it does look like they were able to pull that Mark J. Welding back just a little bit, but in order to get that thing out of that that area. They're going to have to get that picked up with a truck. There's no way. The only thing I can think of is they went to a double yellow to do that. They'll come around and do one lap and probably leave that car there until the end. So we'll take a look. I'm looking out through the binoculars right now into turn 3, and it does look like that. I can't tell if he's gotten out of the car or not. No, he's still sitting in the car. They've got the rear part of it. It looks like they're going to try to hook up the car and pull it.
And Brian, I think I know what actually brought out the full course caution. You'll notice that we've got some emergency services vehicles down in the chute over by turn 4, and we have more debris that is trackside there, and it was going to require, as you can see, emergency services vehicles on the track surface, which brought out that local caution.
Yeah, so they're gonna keep an eye on that. I'll keep an eye on the 3. They're gonna try to pull that 3 as best they can, and then the trap just broke. So great. So the debris down at turn 4, down in the chute, as we can see our emergency services vehicles have left that scene, was from the number 7 car of Keith Frazier out of Annapolis, Maryland. And so, I think with the extra parts that we're picking up here, we could at least get the silhouette of a Spec Racer 4. Heck, we may be able to go down there and build one for tomorrow. Maybe one of us could get in there if we keep building them.
All right, so we'll see here as the safety car now brings the field up through turn 9. You can see, I think our last emergency services vehicle that was on track is now on the pit lane, and it does indeed, Brian, look as though they moved Mark Wendling's car as close to the tire wall at the very back end of the gravel trap, and in a portion of the gravel trap that isn't normally a target zone. So we hopefully will be going green flag racing here within the next 2 laps or so.
Yeah. And again, I have not seen Mark get out of the car. I think he's still sitting in the car. I'm not sure if they're going to try to pull him out or they're going to leave it there. And I would think that if they are going to leave that car until the end of the session, that he would get out. And I cannot guarantee, but when I'm looking at it, I do not see that he's out of the car.
No, I think he.
Yeah, now they're telling him he needs to get out of the car.
Get out of the car,
yep.
Exactly.
Yeah, so he was sitting in the car. Now they're going to come back and tell him he needs to get out of the car. They're going to leave that there to the remainder of the session, and then they'll get it pulled out.
All right, so we have now 8 laps remaining, or 17 minutes, whichever comes first. As we are working lap number 5, or probably working lap number 6 currently. And it sounds like the driver of the Spec Racer Forward will go with our emergency services teams. Yeah. They are now, Brian, deploying a few more emergency services vehicles. They're in the cutoff road between the front straight and the run over to turn number 3. And
it looks like they're going to pick that up because they're coming out on the grass. So it looks like they are going to pick that thing up and move it.
On a wrecker, exactly.
Yeah. Again, in the position that that it was sitting in the, kind of in turn 3, that was obviously a dangerous position.
Right.
Gave it a lap or 2 to see if he could get going, which is kind of really what you do. From our angle here, looking out the window, I guarantee that car wasn't going to go anywhere just by looking at the way that that left rear was pointed. But the emergency service was able to pull him back into a safe spot. And then instead of leaving it there, you still could have a potential if that car's there, because that is right on the entry point of turn 3 to come up the hill. And being that it's an off-camber turn, it doesn't take much for a car to get loose right there, as we've seen many times.
Well, you get left off oversteer with those, especially with the Spec Racer Fords with the engine all the way in the back there. If you're not in that groove and get down to the apex, it, as you mentioned, goes off camber on the outside portion of the course, and getting out of the throttle there with that with all the weight sitting at the back end of the car, just becomes a pendulum and goes around. So, Brian, we were talking about Brad Gould sitting on the stream and watching the action here. He tells us that he is going to be coming out to Summit Point for the Mars Labor Day Spectacular for his first real-life race. In a Spec Racer Ford. So great to see and great to hear that, Brad. We look forward to having you out here at the point. Brian and I, for better or for worse, will be here to cheer you on. All right, so
one of us may be even on the track at some point during the day. We're not sure yet. That could be another big announcement coming again soon.
That's right. And I mean, look, especially if you own the racetrack,
I know, right?
They've got to let you win, right?
On this special day of April 1st, I own it. So.
That's right. This is going to be the shortest ownership period in the history of Summit Point. All right, so safety car now, as you can see, bringing the field through turns 1 and 2, as we now have 7 laps remaining and just a little bit over 14 minutes remaining. If we take a look, they do have Mark Wendling, Spec Racer Ford, on the wrecker, on the hook, in the air, and well, they did. And looks like they're still working on getting it attached. So
I think they will. We may end up having 2 more laps. It depends on how quickly they can get that up in the air and get it moved before the pace car gets down into turn 8. We may be able to. It's going to be hard because they're going to have to take that car basically probably down through and out Baker. I don't know if they'll come back counter race to get to the access road, but they may. So we may end up going another lap and a half. Because right now they're in turn 5. We may go a lap and a half, under this double yellow before we go back to green. But again, let's talk about this, Greg, when we go back in, right? Let's talk about Morgan Burkhardt. Never been in a single file restart in this car.
Not in this car, no.
Again, sitting right there in third place. He's been pretty quick. He made that move on Brian Cates that we talked about earlier, was able to get around. You and I have seen this many, many times. You need to have a drafting partner if you're sitting back there. That evidently he did not.
No, he left Cates, who's been very quick here at Summit Point.
Yes.
And Cates, a race winner in Spec Racer Ford here at the Mars Series, the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series here at Summit Point, and Burkhardt just left him in the course of a lap. So, I mean, we'll see. I think probably the biggest issue that Burkhardt's going to go through is trying to figure out what gear he needs to be in for that restart. He does have Mike Amy from Doggone Racing, his crew chief, on the radio. He's going to walk him through it here. So, we'll see how he makes out. This car has shown to be very quick with Mike behind the wheel, with Max King behind the wheel, as well as raced it many times. And I'm sure Morgan here very happy. And I mentioned he had only brought this car out and been behind the wheel of a Spec Racer Ford one other time. And it was certainly, Brian, advantageous for what qualifying looked like this morning, because he was here 2 weeks ago and during the test day before the driver's school, and it was raining pretty darn hard. And he posted up video of his very first lap, his out lap, and there was a river, as there almost always is, running across the track at turn 2. And the rear end of the car stepped out in some of the fastest hands I've ever seen. He caught the car as if it was nothing. So we're not going to continue to talk about Morgan Burkhardt here for until we go green. But we do have our emergency services team, Brian, leaving the scene, leaving the premises at turn 3. So they will likely bring him down and bring Wendling's car out at the bottom end of the course at what we call Old Baker, about halfway through the carousel. And we may be going back green flag racing this time by. I'm waiting to hear the word from race control.
Yeah, it's going to depend on how far how quickly that truck can get out, of where they are right now. They're just now getting on the asphalt, coming down past the turn 4 flag stand. So that's going to take a couple minutes. You can't go very fast with that. So we may end up doing one more lap, under the double yellow until that truck gets to Baker, because here comes our pace car now up out of 8. And we'll have to see. We'll see as they go by our camera shot if the lights are still on. It does look like the lights are still on, going through there. It gets very dark. Well, the pace car has now disappeared, so maybe he's picking up speed. So, I guess we'll have to see. Unless there's another way to get around with that.
And Brian, as you can see,
they're just now getting into 5. I don't see this. Yep, and our pace car is staying out on the track.
Right, exactly. Yep. Lights are still out on lights are still on the safety car. They're coming around through turn 10 right now, and you can see the remains of Mark Wendling's Spec Racer Ford. They're coming through turn number 5. So hope against hope, Brian. We may be going green flag racing this next time by, which would give us 4 laps 4 laps to go.
When we pick up green, it'll be 4 laps.
4 laps
to go.
I have to stop looking as they're coming out of turn 10 and wait till they cross the stripe, because obviously I'm having lots of simple math issues today.
Well, I was going to say, you've been saying this for a couple of years now. Math is really not your strong point, but
not at all.
You're really showing it today, and that's okay. I understand. There is a lot going on, so it is just one of those math things. But it looks like we should be able to get back to green this time by. I don't foresee us not. But again, let's talk about it. I mean, Brian Cates, right, fell back a little bit into fourth. Now he's right on the back gearbox of those front 3 cars with Schechter and Burkhardt there in front of him, and then the 77 machine. So we'll have to see whether or not Brian Cates gets a good start. Lincoln Young in that number 5. Right, Jisoo Kim sitting in 7th. Again, you know how these guys do. They go and they'll fan out right as soon as they get across the start-finish line, which is kind of the widest part of the track.
And we should probably talk about this a little bit. With although Jeffrey Lehner is from New York, he races here as part of the Mars Series. He has a lot of seat time here. He knows the track well. Sam Schechter races here regularly. He knows the track well. Morgan Burkhardt, he's been racing in tin top cars, but he knows the track well. Brian Cates, tin top cars, but in the last couple of years, spec racer Ford, and again, has race wins here as well. Lincoln Young from Farmington, Connecticut. I believe this may be the first time that he is here at Summit Point. Michael McGahern from Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. Also, I believe the first time that he has raced with us here at Summit Point. Obviously, they qualified well. They know the track well, and just got word, Brian, Race Control has given the safety car word to shut out the lights, and it is on the pit lane now, and that turns the field over to Jeffrey Lehner as they come through turn number 10 now onto the front straight, and John Burkhardt, and a green flag from our starter, John Burkhardt, as the front half of the field just comes out of turn 10, and now moving immediately to the inside, Sam Schechter in that light blue number 55 car, Morgan Burkhardt following him along, and Burkhardt has to go and defend against Brian Cates, who followed him as well. And I think, Brian, we've got a new leader. It's the 55 of Sam Schechter.
It is Sam Schechter. Then you got Lehner coming back on the outside of turn 2. Schechter's going to try to hold the door and shut the door. Actually, here comes Morgan Burkhardt. Lehner, Burkhardt, side by side. Now give that to Lehner. Now you got Cates side by side with Burkhardt. Burkhardt able to have that drive off that corner down in through the chute. They'll be coming down into turn 5, Greg. I tell you what, it is anybody's race right now.
That's right, and we cannot. Just as I was saying that Lincoln Young from Farmington, Connecticut, probably not a lot of seat time here. He is holding tight as well. That number 5 car still running in 5th position. So great job by him to mitigate the damage that could have happened here on the start. But great move by Lehner coming out of turn 2 to retake the lead from Sam Schechter, who might have carried a little more speed towards the apex. Certainly didn't carry the speed past the apex, but it looks like Schechter in the lead once again, that light blue 55, and he's got a bit of an advantage here as they come out of turn number 10. It's Schechter with about a half a car length over the red number 77 car of Lehner, who now moves to the inside. Morgan Burkhardt about 4 car lengths back. Then we've got Brian Cates, and then Young and Jisoo Kim now, who moves up to 6th position. He gets around Mac Harrison, Craig Chase. He is side by side going into 1 with Lincoln Young. So look for Jisoo Kim with all that experience here, possibly to move up. Mac Harrison, Craig Chase fall a little bit further back. And did I not say about Michael McGahern from Ontario, Canada? He falls back considerably here, now finds himself back not in 6th, but in 9th.
Yeah, Lincoln Young and Jisoo Kim were side by side coming out of 2. Jisoo Kim gets that. Our front 3 leaders, though, Greg, they are nose to tail coming out of there. Give it back to Sam Schechter and Lehner. He got a good run out of it. We'll see. Now it is Lehner, and now you've got Schechter and Morgan Burkhardt side by side going through turn 5. Greg, we get to the end of the carousel. Let's look at him coming out of turn 9, coming back up the hill.
That's right. And as they came through 5, going into 6, we had Sam Schechter to the inside, to driver's right. We had Burkhardt to the outside. That might trap him to the outside all around 6A and 6B, but not so fast. He is side by side with Jeffrey Lehner as they come out of turn 8. It's given Sam Schechter, he was side by side with Schechter. It gave Lehner a little bit of clearance here, and as they come onto the front straight, The 77 of Sam Schechter now with almost a 8-car length advantage over 3 wide. Morgan Burkhardt, Brian Cates, and Sam Schechter going down into turn 1 as we've got 2 laps remaining.
I tell you what, Greg, coming out of turn 10, and then Brian Cates gets a great run as Schechter and Morgan Burkhardt were side by side. He got a great run, but I tell you what, the wind is playing havoc. You can see it in these drivers as they come down through out of turn 10 down into turn 1. They head up into turn 10, and I tell you what, Lehner is loving this as they're still side by side coming down through 4. Let's see what they look like coming down the hill into turn 5, but they started to get back single file.
You know, somebody really needs to take away my announcer card, Brian, because as I've been talking about Michael McGahern falling back through the field, being from Ontario, Canada, and maybe not having the pace of some of the locals, just turned the fastest lap of the race at a 1:22.411. He gets around Craig Chase and moves up to 8th position.
He just said, don't forget about me, eh?
That's right. Yeah. He'll be polite about it, but he's going to let me know. All right, our leaders now coming out of turn 8 up the hill. It is still Jeffrey Lehner in that reddish orange number 77, your leader, but coming up right behind the 77 car, Brian, it is Morgan Burkhardt, who now moves to the inside on the front straight as our drivers get that 1 to go board. 1 lap remaining, 2 miles, as Morgan Burkhardt for the first time today, well, other than the start of the race, is your leader. He stays center of track trying to hold off the 77 machine, gets a little defensive. Burkhardt now resets fast lap as Lehner is running in second. Brian Cates moves up into, well, I was going to say Cates moves up into third, but he and Sam Schechter are side-by-side at a 2 coming into 3.
I tell you what, it only took about 2 laps for Morgan Burkhardt to get back around Lehner in that 77 machine. He's opened up by about 2 car lengths headed down through turn 4. We'll see whether or not he can hold him off going into turn 5. Now it still looks like about 2.5 car lengths. Let's see how he gets through the braking zone there. What a great turn, great drive off. I think we could see a new winner here, Greg, in Spec Racer 4.
All right, as Morgan Burkhardt leads the field coming through the carousel. Sam Schechter running in second. Brian Cates with Lehner running second. Brian Cates managed to get around Sam Schechter, so moves Schechter in the blue 55 back into 4th position as they are now making their way out of turn 8 up the hill. And Morgan Burkhardt, what pace now as he's opened up almost a 10-car length advantage over Jeffrey Lehner as they come underneath the bridge and through turn number 10. Morgan Burkhardt onto the front straight. His father with the checkered flag in hand and taking the win. Morgan Burkhardt, the first time I've called the checkered flag right today, Brian. Morgan Burkhardt takes the win. Jeffrey Lehner comes home in second. Brian Cates third. Sam Schechter 4th. Lincoln Young, the number 5 machine, eternally in 5th position. Jisoo Kim finishes in 6th. Mac Harrison 7th. Mike McGahern finishes in 8th. And Craig Chase and Joe Blanks, your top 10. I should mention Morgan Burkhardt for the 2 laps of the race had reset fast lap. That last time by ran a 1:20.894, which, Brian, I believe is underneath his pole time.
Yeah, I tell you what, I think that that car comes in after about 2 green hot flag laps. That car starts to come in. He started off third on that restart, went back, dropped back just a little bit, but once he got that run, it was no stopping him. He took and went off, and I tell you what, it is nothing better than to have your father wave the checkered flag. I think that was the hardest checkered flag wave I think I've ever seen here at Summit Point, and I've been coming here for a very long time.
And Brian, I'm listening as I've got race control in my ear. Race control was asking for the number of the last car to start to the start-finish line. Morgan's mother, Beth, on the radio, not able to tell race control what was the last car to cross the line. So there you go. All right, so Brian, that was our 4th race of the day. Because of the shortened schedule today, we are going to have one more race. That is going to be our production cars, production category cars, E production, F production, H production, GT Light, as well as Touring 4. They're going to be coming up here in just a few moments. As I mentioned, we are going to have our Spec MX-5 Challenge racers race twice tomorrow. They will be our first race of the day tomorrow at 8:50 a.m. and so Eastern time. And so if you are hoping to see Spec MX-5 Challenge here this afternoon, I apologize. They're gonna race tomorrow. Get twice as much for your money, for your free YouTube money. You'll see them tomorrow. But Brian, let's take a quick little break. Thanks to our partners and sponsors bringing you the event this weekend, and we'll be back for our final race of the afternoon here from Summit Point Raceway for the 2023 U.S. Majors Tour. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway for the 2023 U.S. Majors Tour. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati, and we just had a visitor up here in the booth. Brian, a very, very happy John Burkhardt, father of Morgan Burkhardt, who was telling us about the iRacing move that he made around the outside of Turn 10. And Brian, as we're getting ready for our last race of the day with the pace car now on the front straight, we're starting to see a couple raindrops come down. So we'll see what happens for our final group of the day. We'll call it small bore, but we are going to have another split start here today. And I'm trying to find out who's the second group here. This is E Production, F Production, H Production, GT Light, as well as Touring 4. And you know what? I am seeing a whole slew of cars listed as STL in this group, Brian. And we'll have to take a look and see, because it looks like we might have a whole bunch of folks from the Spec MX5 Challenge in this group. But we've got a second pace car gridding up. Let me quickly run down the grid here. Morgan Burkhardt, who just took the win in Spec Racer Ford, he was scheduled to appear in an F Production Toyota MR2. We know that car is down for the count. He will not appear. Heike Silgren scheduled to start 36th in his E Production Datsun 240Z. Also, don't expect to see that car out on track. Kenneth Bedine in the number 29 GT Light MG Midget, scheduled to start 35th. Starting 34th in the H Production number 131 Volkswagen Golf, it's Taylor Hyatt. Stephen Hyatt, her father, scheduled to start 33rd in the number 31 F Production Dodge Neon. Starting 32nd in the number 90 H Production Volkswagen Rabbit, Tom Broering. Then we've got George Spike Bering. He is going to be starting 31st today in the number 35. That is an F Production Mazda Miata. Kirk Nestis will be starting 30th today in his H Production Honda Fit. Driving the number 06 H Production Volkswagen Scirocco, Joe Camilleri starts 29th. Starting 28th, driving the number 50 H Production Porsche 924. We got Chuck Allard. Rick Benazik is going to start 27th today, driving the number 08 H Production Honda Civic. And we'll talk about his father in just a few moments. Starting 26th today in the number 89 Toyota MR2. That's an H Production car. That's Ed Wary. Lawrence Freyson in his H Production Volkswagen Scirocco start 25th. Starting 24th is Rick Benazik. That is Matthew's father, driving the number 11 Honda Civic hatchback. And your pole sitter in H Production, starting 23rd overall, is Brian Downey in his Nissan 510. And our first group coming out of Turn 10 right now.
Going back to a double yellow.
Yeah, we're going full course caution here. And Brian, as I'm looking
somebody's
at this,
off in 2, I believe.
Yeah,
what I'm seeing. Yeah,
we had a car go off in Turn 2. So this, I believe, will be the first of. Well, we'll see. They haven't started the clock yet, so it's a good thing, Brian. I'll have a chance to run down, and I believe that is STL, which we were supposed to see earlier today with Big Bore running with this group. So we'll keep track of that for tomorrow. How's that?
Yeah.
All right. So STL now in this group. All right. So when I last left the grid, we were talking about Michael Unger starting 22nd in the number 83 Honda S2000. That's an E Production car. He is, I believe, your pole sitter in E Production. And your pole sitter for GT Light, starting 21st overall, driving his Honda CRX, and he should know this track better than almost anybody, Graham Fuller, who's a podium finisher at the runoffs, starts 21st. Starting 20th, your F Production pole sitter, driving the number 66 Lotus 7 from Catonsville, Maryland, Jerry Hinkle. Starting 19th today, driving the number 8 Mazda MX-5 from Frankfort, Ohio, it's Austin Hill. And we saw Austin a little bit earlier in his Formula Atlantic car. Starting 18th today, driving the number 194 STL Mazda Miata from Boca Raton, Florida. Now it's Hugh McAfee. We'll see. I believe we'll see his son in just a few moments here. Starting 17th in his T4 Mazda MX-5, it's Jeff Liller. Starting 16th, driving the number 38 STL Mazda Miata, Zach Moore. Deacon Greenfield is going to start 15th today. He's driving the number 32 STL Honda CRX. Starting 14th, driving the number 57, T4 Mazda MX-5. That's a T4 car. It's Chris Collins. Starting 13th, driving the number 17, STL Mazda Miata, Brad Williams. Starting 12th, driving the number 195, STL Mazda Miata, John Jenkins. Douglas On, driving his STL Mazda Miata, starts 11th. Starting 10th, driving an STL, repeated after me, Mazda Miata, Domenico Luigi. And starting 9th, driving the number 82, STL Mazda Miata, Steve Wickersham. Starting 8th today, driving the number 14 Mazda Miata, it's Steve Hunt with Ed Kudarakis. Starting 7th in the number 91 T4 Mazda MX-5, Ted Cahall. Starts 6th today in the 182 Mazda Miata, that's an STL car. Then Brent Simonson starts 5th. He is in the number, he's starting 5th in the number 3 T4 Mazda RX-8. Owen Sheffer will start 4th today in the number 18 T4 Mazda RX-8, while Jeremy Butts scheduled to start 3rd in the number 69 T4 Mazda MX-5. And your front row in STL, starting 2nd on the outside of the front row, driving the number 7 STL Mazda Miata from Purcellville, Virginia, with a qualifying time of 124.362. It's Christopher Childs. And your pole sitter, driving the number 68 STL Mazda MX-5 from Walpole, Massachusetts, with a qualifying time of 123.938. It's Craig McAfee.
Well, I'll give you a chance to catch your breath right there because I know that was a bunch. Two quick things. One, the reason we had to go back under double yellow is because the 50 of Chuck Allard was the one who broke down coming through turn 2 on that first pace lap. And your winner from last race in the 87, Morgan Burkhart, has made the field.
He has.
And is out there riding around. We do know that he had a broken throttle cable earlier this morning. It looks like they were able to fix it. I got a good look down at the start-finish line, and both of them put their hands on their head like, here we go again. So we'll see how far he can go, but he needs to be told, I'm sure, on the radio that just said, you can't mash the gas like you can in an SRF3.
Yeah, exactly.
So we'll see. There he is. He is back there, actually right behind Taylor Hyatt. So we'll see. You talk about Taylor Hyatt and her dad. Mike Kelly is not here. Mike Kelly is racing the Legend car at Dirt at Pathway.
That's right. We saw him here at the track. And Mike Kelly, birthday boy Mike Kelly.
Yep.
And stalwart here in H Production, also with the Volkswagen Golf. And we'll see. He's still trying to get some motor work done on his Volkswagen Golf. Likewise, Morgan Burkhart, he's driving what is essentially an H Production Toyota MR2 in F-Prod to try and get points for the runoffs, and we've got the green flag in the air for our STL group heading down towards turn number 1. First car, lead car, was Chris Childs with Owen Sheffer to the inside. Craig McAfee not taking the green flag, or probably not on the pole. Craig McAfee sitting, I believe, and there's the red MX-5, in a 3-way battle for second now, as we've got Brent Simonson, Owen Sheffer, and Craig McAfee 3 wide going into turn 3.
Tell you what, Owen Sheffer kind of let Craig Mahaffey have that real quick as they went up through turn 3. Chris Childs getting the early lead on that start. That start was a little discombobulated, I got to tell you, as they came out. Again, they didn't have a pace car in their front, as it looks like our second group now down into turn 1. I just got notification Mike Kelly finished 16th out of 24 cars at Path, just finished their race, so it looks like he's probably going to be on his way back, as Taylor is now out on the track. So as we start to come through our second group in the GTL, you've got Graham Fuller as he goes through. Then you're going to throw in, looks like Brian Downey's going to go 3. Greg, change that. That's 4 wide going out of there, heading into there. That's not going to work.
That's right. So Graham Fuller pushed his car underneath the F Production Lotus 7 of Jerry Hinkle going into turn number 3, and they had the Honda S2000, that bright red open top Honda S2000 right behind, and you mentioned it, Brian Downey in his H Production Nissan 510, bringing that car out of cobwebs. It's a car that Brian used to race probably almost 20 years ago before he moved over to GT Light, and he is currently your leader in H Production.
Yeah, as here comes our leaders, and that is Craig Mahaffey in STL leading Chris Childs. Chris Childs, and I'm shocked, he's the only one with the headlights on, so he's able to see where he's going.
Headlights on for safety.
Pretty dark. Yeah, right? Owen Sheffer sitting there in third back. That's your leader in T4. Then throw in Jeremy Butts. He's actually behind the 91 of Ed Kurtakis. That's at T4 as well. So now throw Kurtakis in ahead of Jeremy Butts. That's second in T4.
All right, Brian, and we've got a car coming down the pit lane now, and I believe that might be Jerry Hinkle.
No, that is Downey that just made the right-hand turn, I believe.
There is another car, Brian, coming down the pit lane now.
Yep. So Hinkle's coming down pit lane, and I think Downey came through
Pit out.
right off pit out and made that right-hand turn in there. I can see him. He's behind the ambulance right there. So
yeah, and getting word that Hinkle's got some front-end damage. He's going back to the pits as well. So our H production leader as well as our F production leader now back into the pits. Their days are done, Brian.
Let's take a look at the camera, Greg. I'm seeing some spots on the window here of a little bit of raindrops. I can't tell really on the camera what's going on down there, but it does look like there is some slipping and sliding just a little bit, and guys are tiptoeing through. Is our STL leaders now, they're going through turns 1 and 2. Here comes McAfee, here comes Childs, and then a little bit further back, actually a lot further back, is the machine of Owen Schaefer and Ed Kurtakis. That's first and second in T4. Now Jeremy Butts is under attack by Theodore K. Hall. That's another STL car. Looks a little bit further back. Actually, that is not. He is further back. So then you have the three. Sorry, Brent Simonson.
All right. Now we've got Graham Fuller now is opened up in that second pack in our traditional small bore pack. It is Graham Fuller and then Michael Unger in the Honda CRX, about 30 car lengths separating them. Again, that is not a battle for position in class as Fuller GTL, Unger E production, and then this is probably maybe the biggest surprise, Brian, in that entire small bore group with the retirement of Brian Downey. Matt Benazik is your third driver in line in that small bore group in his Honda Civic.
So he's got a 1.5 second lead in that H production over Edward Weary. They're now coming out of turn 2, headed up into turn 3. Now throw in Tom Broering in there as they're starting to head up. And then you've got the 87 of Morgan Burkhart. That is the F production machine. So he is mixed up in that battle a little bit. And then a lot further back, then you have the 131 of Taylor Hyatt. And then you have her father there in the 31. Again, that is not a battle for position in class. That is a different battle within that, but that is nonetheless a battle that's happening on the racetrack.
And I'm sure if not for anything other than pride, I'm sure Taylor Hyatt is looking for the opportunity to lay the smackdown on her father as they just came through turn 5. And actually, we saw you can't miss the car they call Big Bird, the bright yellow Golf. That's Taylor Hyatt, and I believe the car directly after her on track is, I believe that is her father, Stephen Hyatt, and Hyatt again running in F production currently. But this, as it stands right now, coming down the front straight here, Taylor Hyatt, she is right behind the Volkswagen, or probably not the Volkswagen, the Honda Fit of. That is...
now, she's back here a little bit further. She just got lapped by the STLs.
Okay.
That is actually Ed Weary and Tom Broering. That is for actually second
in H production.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Joe Camilleri a little bit further back from there. Well, I was watching Taylor Hyatt coming up on Joe Camilleri, but yeah, still a fairly large chasm or gap there in that battle. But that is a great battle starting to unfold. And what I was actually looking at, and I was thrown off a little bit, was Tom Broering in the also in a yellow and black and white Golf, probably Rabbit, A1 Rabbit that he's driving his wife's car this weekend. Tom typically out in a Triumph Spitfire, and that Spitfire not able to answer the call today.
Yeah, trying to get this one dialed in here, getting ready as we look down into turn 1. We've got a lot of side-by-side action here.
That's an STL, Brian.
Yeah, that's an STL. That's a little bit further back. That's behind the Steve Wickersham battle there.
And I'm fairly certain we've got Steve. It's Steve Hunt in the 14 machine, the yellow number 14 Mazda Miata with Doug On, Zach Moore, Domenico Luigi, and John Jenkins all in a row. They were all bottled up going down into turn 1. That is the battle right now for 5th in STL, Brian, as they're coming down the hill right now into turn number 5.
Yeah, take a look at that. Here they go. That is still leading that, just as you were talking about, is that 141, I believe.
14.
14, sorry, Steve Hunt, sorry, as they went through. So we'll take a look at turn 8 when they come up the hill and go up underneath the bridge. We'll see whether or not they were able to close back down. I'm going to drop back just a little bit as you're watching that. I'm going to pick up this this battle back in H production just a little bit further now, as it looks like we may have lost the 90. Nope, he's actually ahead of those cars. So he got a good run off the corner.
Brian, real quick, coming into turn 3 right now, we've got a battle for the lead in STL. Side by side, Craig McAfee as well as Chris Childs, the black number 7 Mazda Miata, the NB Miata, and then the NC MX-5, the red number 68 machine. They'll be coming now through turn 4, and they've got that Tom Broering H production car right behind them as McAfee gets around Chris Childs now, going through the apex of turn number 4. But that battle, Childs knocked off about 2.5 seconds over the last 3 laps, and they were side by side coming through 2 as we're now halfway through this race. They're going to be coming now over towards turn number 8 and towards us now.
Yeah, they're going to have another lap traffic there. That's going to get out of the way right there as they come up through there. That is actually allowing Mahaffey to open up just a little bit more over Childs. I joke around. I always say, where's Waldo? Well, there he is. He's got his headlights on. He's on a mission right now. He's trying to pick up that lead again.
And McAfee now moves all the way to driver's right, moves to the inside as Chris Childs is able to draft right up behind the red 168 machine. Childs moves over driver's left, and they are within inches. Childs trying to move McAfee all the way to the inside. Brian did not want him to be able to open up that corner and carry speed through there. And so as they come out of turns 1 and 2, Chris Childs, he's got the inside line coming into turn 3. He's driver's left.
Yeah, he's going to have to get on just to touch the brake just a little bit earlier going through there, but McAfee's going to give it to him going up through there. Your new leader in STL, Chris Childs. What a great move. And I tell you what, you talked about that going down into turn 1. McAfee goes all the way over driver's right. Not an optimal line right there.
And
Childs held his line. No contact, no touching, able to get through there. I see a couple guys, Greg, that's got their windshield wipers on. Deacon Greenfield, I'm not sure if he hit that by accident or if it is getting a little bit of sprinkles down there in the from really turn 5 on.
Yeah, and so, going back to that move by Chris Childs on McAfee or McAfee, as they went into turn 1, typical thing, as somebody stays to the inside, maybe as you have the outside lane and you're alongside, you'll move all the way back over driver's left to try and optimize your turn in. And what Chris Childs did, he was compromising his turn in a little bit in order to compromise McAfee's a lot. And as they come out of turn number 10, Chris Childs is your leader. They're coming up on the red MR2 H production car of Ed Wary as they come down in the 1, and now McAfee has the inside line just as that H production car comes right across the nose of both McAfee and Chris Childs. Childs, again, on the outside, driver's left as they head down the 3, and they're getting bottled up behind that H production car. Chris Childs kind of muscles his way over, and he's got the inside line, Brian. He, once again, overtakes the 168 machine, holds on to the lead. In STL, we are a little bit over halfway, and we could see the wind really starting to pick up here. You can see our camera at turn 1 is really starting to move around.
Yeah, I look out over here, and honestly, I've done something I've never done here in this tower, and that's turn the lights on in here because it's gotten so dark I can't even see. As we start to draw back just a little bit with the Luigi machine, or
Domenico Luigi.
Yeah, they're in a heated battle there, and they're all mixed up, jumbled in for position. And then we still have, the Hyatt versus Hyatt, even though, again, different class. Taylor still holding off Dad. That's for the head of the table at Thanksgiving.
All right, so Brian, that battle in STL, Steve Hunt has managed to separate himself out just a little bit, but dug on in the green 0-0. Zach Moore in the 38, Domenico Luigi in the 46. As those drivers, again, side by side, we just saw him go into turn 1. Luigi dropped the wheel on the outside of turn 1 as he got pushed wide. He then tried to force the issue coming through into turn number 3. We'll see how that plays out as all those drivers just now coming through turn number 5, going into turn 6 in the carousel.
Here comes our leaders now, and now McAfee's going to take the same line that Chris Childs has been taking the whole race. Now McAfee's going to get that, and he's now going to take over that lead. So it's a little deja vu. Just McAfee said, okay, I learned from you the last 2 laps. You've taken the lead from me right there, I'm going to do the same thing to you. As they came up on a slower car there, they start to head down the chute, turn 4 into turn 5. McAfee opens up by about a car length and a half over Chris Childs.
All right, so to recap here real quick and reset the field, Craig McAfee, your leader in STL. He's got Chris Childs all over him right now. Ted Cahall sitting in third right now, almost 30 seconds back from that lead battle. Then Steve Wickersham sitting in fourth, Steve Hunt, and then Hunt has that battle of Zach Moore, Doug On, and Domenico Luigi behind him, 6th, 7th, and 8th right now in Class and H production. Matt Benazik has opened up a 7.5 second, almost 8-second lead over Ed Wary, with Tom Broering running currently in third. Joe Camilleri in his Scirocco just off the podium. In T4, Owen Scheffer currently leads Jeremy Butts by about 0.4 of a second. We'll get back to that in a moment with Ed Kudarakis running about 2 seconds back from there. That is a great battle going on as our STL leaders once again coming down under braking into turn 1. And this time, Childs opens up the entrance to turn 1 as McAfee. He's got the lead here. Now, Brian, with only a lap and a half to go.
Yeah, they're good. They started to go side by side. McAfee's going to get it. I tell you what, Greg, that wind is really starting to play havoc on these drivers coming out of turn 10 and then headed down into turn 1. We're getting 40, almost 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts. You can see it on your screens as every one of these cameras are starting to blow. Let's take a look down here as our leaders should be coming down into turn 5 right now. Here they come. They are coming. It's still Mahaffey over by about a car length over Chris Childs. Chris Childs able to shorten that up just a little bit, heading through 6. Next time by, Greg, they should be getting the one to go.
All right, Brian, another race I'm trying to pick up. Going to be watching for the black number 18 Mazda RX-8. That's Owen Scheffer, our T4 leader. He's got Jeremy Butts in the number 69 Mazda Miata. And last time I saw them, they were side by side going down the front straight. We'll try to pick this up. Wow, as we've got the paddock dirt moving across the track right now. That's bigger than any run through the gravel trap. Our leaders now getting the one to go board. We'll pick up T4 hopefully in a moment. But Craig McAfee with a car length and a half over Chris Childs as they come down in the one. Childs now, he's going to move to the inside, but not quite close enough, Brian. He's gonna concede turn 1 to McAfee.
I tell you what, Greg, they're going to come up on some serious lap traffic here as they start to get to the back half of this field. As we're starting, there goes the Jeremy Butts, and there goes the Owen Scheffer machine headed down into turn 1. Again, they're going to go side by side. Our leaders of STL, they're going to come up on that traffic, Greg. As you look through the chute down into turn 5 on the camera, I'm going to pick up Scheffer and Butts. They're side by side coming out of 2. Neither one of them wanting to give. They're going to come back on one of these H production cars headed through turn number 3 right now. That's going to be, I believe, one of the H production cars. We're going to see whether or not they're able to pick that up.
All right, and our leaders, Brian, they should be coming up the hill here momentarily, and hopefully our cameras will still stay out here as they're moving around, shaking around. Chris Childs and Craig McAfee as they now are coming up the hill. We should get them here hopefully in a second.
They're going to come up on the back half.
Unless they've blown off the circuit.
Right
here they come.
Well, it looks like a big separation.
That's right. McAfee now with almost a 3-car length advantage over Chris Childs. Childs had to get around the Nissan of Stephen Hyatt. Still has to get around the 29 GT Light machine as well. But Craig McAfee, he is going to take the win, Brian, in STL. Chris Childs is going to finish second. Let's take a look at that T4 battle as Owen Scheffer leads Jeremy Butts coming out of turn 10. And Owen Scheffer in the number 18 Mazda RX-8, he is going to take the win, 3 car lengths over Jeremy Butts, and almost immediately Jeremy Butts pulls up right alongside of Owen Scheffer, gives him the big thumbs up there. Let's take a look at the rest of the field as they are coming across the stripe. So in STL, McAfee taking the win, Childs coming in second, margin of victory 9/10 with Ted Cahall. Cahall just now, I believe, getting ready to complete his final lap. He was over a half minute back when the last lap started, and we'll see if he still makes it around Steve Wickersham. And there you go, Ted Cahall in the 182 machine. He is going to finish third. Steve Wickersham fourth. Steve Hunt will finish in fifth. Zach Moore, Domenico Luigi, Douglas On finishing 6th, 7th, and 8th. Austin Hill, John Jenkins, your top 10. In F production, Spike Bending takes the win. And this is, of course, we talked about Jerry Hinkle after just 2 laps, bringing the car in. So Spike Benning in his Mazda Miata, your winner in F production, driving what is actually an H production car and an overweight H production car at that. Morgan Burkhardt, second podium of the day, comes home second in F production. Stephen Hyatt will come home in third. Let's take a look now at E production, where Michael Unger, our sole driver to take the green flag today, takes the win in E production in his Honda S2000. And as a former S2000 owner, he just crosses the stripe as a former S2000 owner. That is a beautiful looking car. In H production, Matt Benazik takes the win today driving the 08 machine. And this is the surprise for me is Rick Benazik and Brian Downey, who were our top 2 drivers at the start of the race in H production. Neither of those drivers completes more than 2 laps, and so Rick's son, Matt, takes the win in H production. Ed Wary in his Toyota MR2 will finish second. Joe Camilleri in his Scirocco will finish in third. Kirk Nestis will finish fourth. Taylor Hyatt comes home in fifth. And let's see, Graham Fuller takes the win over Ken Burdine in GT Light, the Honda CRX driver, with a fast time of 1:26.926. And then finally, in T4, as we mentioned, Owen Sheffer taking the win, margin of victory 0.5 of a second over Jeremy Butts, finishing third. Ed Kudarakis will take home the bronze in his Mazda Miata. Brent Simonson finishes fourth in a machine that he told me earlier this weekend was running a bit off song, a new motor, but having some electrical issues with it, and it appears to be down a bit on compression. And then Chris Collins coming home in sixth. All right, so Brian, let's set the stage for tomorrow. One, most importantly, I think a lot less wind, right?
Yes.
Yay, less wind. Less rain. Yay, less wind. But going to be a lot colder here tomorrow. Today we had temperatures up in the 70s. We're looking at maybe temperatures in the 50s tomorrow at best, and it's going to be awfully chilly tomorrow morning. Tomorrow's schedule going to be altered just a little bit. First group to go out on track for their race will be the Spec MX-5 Challenge. They will have their 15-lap or 30-minute race. We'll have to see if it stays that way or if it maybe gets shortened down to 13 and 26 like the rest of the races today did. And then we will start the cycle all anew with it'll be Spec Miata and it'll be B-Spec with a 25-lap or 50-minute race, whichever comes first, and all of our 6 groups will have those 25-lap or 50-minute feature races to get through the day. All right, so Brian, as we wrap up here and as we get ready to come back, and hopefully you will still be the owner of Summit Point Raceway when we come back.
At least for April 1st.
That's right. I want to do, first thing I want to do is I want to thank all the wonderful volunteers that have been out on the corners here today. Of course, the SCCA, it is a membership-driven organization, and we've got an entire crew of volunteers here that make sure that these events go on, whether they be the corner marshals, whether they be the folks on the starter bridge, whether they be our timing and scoring folks or scrutineers or the registrars or our stewarding crew downstairs. I don't want to forget the did I say the scrutineers?
Yes, you did.
Back in tech. Our folks in registration, there are hundreds of them that make sure that these events go on and they go smoothly. Apparently, we don't have a specialty for PA systems, but yeah, we'll work on that tonight.
I'll get that taken care of.
We'll get that. That's right. You own the place, Brian. You get it fixed. All right. Besides tomorrow, let's quickly take a look at what we've got coming up here. We've got, of course, in 2 weeks, we're going to be back here at Summit Point Raceway for the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, and then at VIR at the beginning of May 6th and 7th, and I believe we're going to have the Spec MX-5 Challenge that weekend as well. And then we've got a number of events on both at New Jersey Motorsports Park and here at Summit Point Raceway throughout the entire year. So definitely make sure to join us. And then finally, let's thank our great region sponsors, Radial Tire Company, RP Performance, OG Racing. They have all been supporting us for many years, and we couldn't have these broadcasts. We could not make racing at forget the broadcast, racing at Summit Point would not be possible without these wonderful sponsors. So for Brian Donati, I'm Greg Ginsburg. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:50 a.m., actually probably about 8:45 a.m., give or take, for day number 2 of the 2023 U.S. Majors Tour live from Summit Point Raceway. Remember to join us then.